Hey guys, tonight we sneak barefoot through moonlight, crouched beneath looming stone walls that seem to breathe history. The air's thick with pine smoke and cold dew, and somewhere in the distance, a bamboo flute calls out like it knows what you're planning. You're about to break into a samurai castle, quietly, at night, in socks. No, you're not trained for this. And yes, you probably won't survive. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, tell me where you're watching from and what time it is there. I love seeing who's listening all around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You crouch in the tall grass, a heart thudding louder than is helpful, staring at the wall of a Japanese castle built sometime in the 16th century. A pale stone fortress, steep, precise, and taller than it has any right to be. It looms against the star-lit sky like a solemn, silent sentinel, wrapped in centuries of wind and blood. Honestly, it looks smaller on the scroll map you stole. You breathe out and creep forward. The outer wall's texture is rough under your fingertips, cool from the mountain night air. It's made of a massive, uneven stones, locked together in that classic, slightly tilted fashion. No mortar, just gravity and grim engineering. And that's already a problem, because this isn't a wall you can just scale with a running start and optimism. It curves inward near the top, making climbing nearly impossible without something sharp, something silent, or preferably something invented several centuries later. Still, you press on, tracing your way along the perimeter. Somewhere, an owl hoots in a way that feels personal. You duck instinctively. The castle seems asleep, its upper windows dim, lanterns extinguished or flickering gently behind rice paper screens. You tell yourself this is a good sign. Here's the first historical fact. Japanese castles weren't just about defense. They were psychological warfare. They looked beautiful, like elegant palaces with gardens and curved rooftops. But inside, they were puzzles wrapped in booby traps. The more serene it appeared from the outside, the more it was probably trying to kill you from within. They weren't designed to keep armies out. They were designed to let you in, and never let you out. You find a small outcropping near the base of the wall. A shrub, possibly just decorative, possibly planted exactly for this moment by someone who knew some overconfident fool might try this. You crouch and listen. Somewhere deep inside the walls, you think you hear a drumbeat. Or maybe it's a heartbeat. Hard to tell. You pull a length of rope from your bag. Coarse, hand-twisted hemp. Very period appropriate. You bought it from a farmer who swore it was ninja quality. You didn't ask follow-up questions. You loop it around a protruding stone and begin your climb. Halfway up, your foot slips. Just a little. The rope bites your palms. A stone tumbles down and hits the ground with a sound that could wake ancestors. You freeze. Hold your breath. Nothing stirs. Probably. Historians still argue whether ninja actually snuck into castles like this, or if that's just dramatic myth. Some say ninja were more like spies and saboteurs, not wall-scaling assassins. But tonight, you're going full scroll painting cliché. You reach the top and haul yourself up onto a narrow ledge. Your stomach brushes the cold edge of the stone, and for one glorious moment, you feel victorious. That moment lasts 0.6 seconds, just long enough for you to see what's on the other side. A courtyard, dimly lit, smooth stone paving, a few scattered bonsai trees that look suspiciously watchful, and guards, not marching, just standing. One leans on a naginata spear, like he's bored. Another crouches, sharpening a blade, slow and methodical. One might be asleep against the inner wall, but that could also be a trap or a scarecrow. They've done that before. You slink into the nearest shadow and breathe shallow. The castle isn't just stone and wood. It's a breathing creature. You can feel it. Air moves strangely here, swirling through gaps in sliding doors and paper panels. A koi pond gurgles somewhere, a trickle that sounds like someone whispering behind you. You know this isn't just architecture. This is choreography. Samurai castles were designed to be confusing. Paths led nowhere. Corridors turned back on themselves. Stairs that looked promising led to locked trapdoors. The whole place was a riddle, not because the builders were chaotic, but because every inch was a defense mechanism. If a stranger entered, they were meant to get lost. Forever. You edge along the wall, pressed flat against it, like the world's worst kabuki understudy. Your foot nudges a loose pebble. You pause. A guard scratches his head and grunts, then returns to sharpening. Somewhere in the castle, a wooden beam creaks. Not from you. Something else moving. You tell yourself it's the wind. The kind of wind that breathes through floorboards. Totally normal. You duck behind a curved garden lantern. The moss on its base is older than your family tree. It smells like stone, mold, and the faintest trace of incense. Or maybe that's your imagination. You've officially entered the outer courtyard, and you've already made your first mistake. See, you took the scenic route. The samurai builders knew this. The obvious path, the one you just took, is a test. It gives you hope, shows you what looks like a door. But the door is locked. Worse, it might not even be real. Some entrances were for show, intentionally designed to mislead intruders, constructed with extra creaky floors and noise-making panels. You hear movement, a quiet sliding sound, like a door, far away, or a trap being set. You're not sure which is worse. You spot a corner room, slightly raised, its paper windows glowing faintly like an old lantern. That might be your next move, or it might be someone else's bedroom. Either way, you decide it's time to get inside. Somewhere. Anywhere. Not out here with the guards and the judgmental bonsai. But before you move, you glance up. That's when you see it. A figure on the roof, perfectly still, watching. No visible weapon, no sound. Just there, waiting. And maybe it's just a decorative statue. Or maybe it just blinked. Section 2. You don't breathe for a full 10 seconds. The figure on the roof doesn't move. It's perfectly balanced on the edge of the tiled slope, framed by stars and the dark sweep of the eaves. One hand on a roof beam, the other dangling as if bored. You squint. Maybe it's just a trick of the moonlight. a decorative gargoyle. Except Japanese castles didn't usually go for spooky sculptures. Their style was more deadly minimalism. You blink, it's gone. Okay, that's fine. Totally normal. Things just vanish all the time from rooftops of ancient samurai castles. You crouch lower, suddenly aware of every sound your body makes. The rasp of your sleeve, the soft scuff of your knee against gravel. Even your thoughts are too loud. You pick your next path, low and fast, across the pebbled courtyard. The tiny stones shift under your feet like they resent you. You try to step lightly, but this isn't a ninja movie. It's a badly executed field trip with death as the souvenir. And then you see it. Your first real problem. The moat. It wraps around the next tier of the castle like a black velvet ribbon. Wide, silent, and very much not crossable on foot. You were hoping for a little stream, maybe a polite little water feature. But no, this is a proper medieval "we dare you" moat. The kind that says, turn back or learn to levitate. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Japanese moats were often both wide and deep, especially during the Sengoku period, the age of warring states. They weren't just ditches with water. Some were dry, filled with spikes or sharpened bamboo. Others were flooded with layers of water, thick reeds, and sometimes even snakes. Some lords kept crocodiles. That last part is debated. Historians still argue whether exotic animals were ever used in defense. But there's at least one dubious scroll that mentions a creature with many teeth that hisses. Not ideal bedtime reading. This one looks water-filled. The surface glimmers like oil, reflecting the stars and the occasional torch flicker from the battlements. No bridge in sight. Not here, anyway. You glance to your left, and there it is. A narrow wooden bridge, low and flat, stretching across the moat like a dare. No handrails, no cover, just timber and tension. You inch closer, staying low. The bridge isn't guarded, visibly, but there's a subtle shift in the air as you approach, like someone watching, like the moat itself is holding its breath. You step onto the bridge and instantly regret it. The wood shifts, not loudly, just enough to whisper. And then the second plank tilts forward a few inches. Not broken, not loose, just wrong. You pull back fast. Your heart is now sprinting ahead of you, waving its arms and screaming. This isn't a bridge. It's bait. You kneel beside the bridge and inspect the underside, trying to stay calm. And yes, just as you feared, the beams have clever joints, probably connected to a fulcrum that would tip the whole thing sideways if enough weight stepped on it. Flip bridges, they're called. Ingenious traps designed to dunk enemies right into the moat, where historically guards were instructed to fire arrows, drop stones, or just let you drown slowly. Very theatrical. Worse, sometimes these traps were disguised as the only visible crossing, while the real bridge was hidden elsewhere, for those who knew the secret path. This was the samurai equivalent of "you're not on the guest list." You retreat from the bridge and scan the edge of the moat. There, something glints beneath a willow tree. A stepping stone? No, several. Low stones, just peeking above the waterline, winding toward the far side like a secret invitation. You creep toward them, shoes soaked from dew. The stones are cold, slick with moss, and spaced with the kind of confidence only an architect with zero empathy would design. You step onto the first. It holds. The second, also fine. By the third, your toes are curling involuntarily, and your arms are outstretched like a sleep-deprived flamingo. You're halfway across when a frog leaps from one of the stones and splashes into the water. You nearly scream. Your soul escapes briefly through your nose. But you don't fall. Progress. And then you hear it. That soft clink of armor. From behind, on the bridge. You twist around, balancing like your life there depends on it. Which, incidentally, it does. A figure now stands at the far end of the trap bridge, not stepping on it, just watching you. Face in shadow, armor faintly glinting. You freeze, one toe still midair. And then, just as silently, the figure steps back and vanishes into the darkness. That's not comforting. You continue your dance across the stepping stones, trying not to picture hands reaching from the water or spikes hidden beneath the surface. You step onto the far side and crouch in the tall grass. The castle's second wall is just ahead now, taller, smoother, a patchwork of stone with a gate built into it. Except the gate is shut, and it's not a door you can open from the outside. It's a yagraman, a tower gate with guards probably sitting right above, sipping tea and wondering why you thought this was a good idea. You scan the wall. No easy handholds. But there's a climbing vine. Ivy. Not the most reliable ladder, but beggars can't be samurai. As you start to climb, hand over hand, you notice carvings on the stones. Old, worn etchings. Family crests. Tiny warning kanji. And one phrase that roughly translates to, "Abandon cleverness, ye who enter here." Nice. Halfway up, the ivy pulls loose. You dangle for a moment, both arms locked around a stone that juts out like it's judging your choices. Somewhere above, you hear soft music. A koto. Someone is playing a lullaby. You reach the top, just as a bell somewhere chimes once. Low and distant. Not an alarm. A time signal, maybe. Midnight? Hard to tell. But every chime feels like it's calling out your location. You roll over the ledge and drop onto a rooftop walkway. Your knees crunch. You whisper an apology to your own cartilage. And now, you're officially inside the second layer of the castle. So far, you've dodged a fake bridge, balanced over a cursed frog pond, and possibly been watched by a moonlit ghost in armor. And the hard part hasn't even started yet. Section 3. You flatten yourself against the cold tiles of the rooftop and exhale slowly, careful not to let it become a sigh. The air is crisp this high up, tinged with the scent of pine and old smoke, like incense left too long in a lacquer box. Below, the castle sleeps, or pretends to. You're starting to think this place is a little too aware of you, as if every plank and pebble is part of a massive, ancient organism that doesn't like intruders. The rooftop path you've landed on runs along the inner wall, sloping slightly downward toward another courtyard, this one darker, tighter, more enclosed. You creep along, placing each step like it matters, because it does, and then, there it is. Your next obstacle. A bridge. This one is different from the trap bridge you almost cartwheeled off earlier. It's shorter, narrower, made from polished wood that somehow still gleams under starlight. It spans a small gap between rooftops, probably designed for internal travel between sections of the castle. But here's the thing. This bridge isn't trapped. It's watched. You pause at the base of the bridge. Carved posts rise on either side, delicate-looking, but solid. On each is a sculpture, one a crane, the other a turtle. Both are symbolic in Japanese culture. Long life, wisdom, loyalty. Very noble, very beautiful, and very distracting. You crouch low. Across the bridge, a lantern flickers just inside an archway. It lights a tiny stretch of floor. And something else. You squint. A notch in the floorboards. A groove, Deke. Maybe more than one. And now that you're looking, the bridge's surface seems to be divided? Not cleanly, but in overlapping slats. That crane sculpture? Its beak is pointed slightly downward, unnaturally sharp. Oh, wonderful. You're looking at a trap bridge, version 2.0. This one collapses inward. You've stumbled across a classic defense feature in many samurai castles. Retractable or breakaway bridges. These things were marvels of carpentry. With the right trigger, say pulling the crane's beak or twisting a carved tile, the bridge would swing or drop or vanish entirely, taking enemy troops with it. Samurai architects were petty in the most creative ways. You think of the builders working centuries ago, whispering to one another, "What if we make the bridge look really pretty, and then design it to betray their trust?" You inch back from the bridge and reassess. You could try to cross by crawling low, hoping your weight won't trigger anything. You could look for a bypass, but there's no convenient detour except a sheer drop and an angry pine tree. Or you could test the bridge the only way you know how. You toss a rock onto it. Clink. Silence. You wait. Nothing happens. The rock sits there, smug. Then, 3 seconds later, click, the bridge tilts, just slightly. The stone rolls toward the center and vanishes between the boards with a tiny splash you really didn't want to hear. You grimace. So, that's a no. You back up and look around. Above the bridge, a wooden beam juts out awkwardly, ending in an iron hook. Maybe for lanterns, maybe for winching something. You glance at your rope. A thought occurs, stupid, wild, just might work kind of thought. You loop the rope over the beam, test it with your weight, then swing it in a low arc across the gap. The goal is simple. Tarzan your way across, ideally without plummeting into whatever medieval basement monster lives below. You grip the rope and take a deep breath. You swing. For a glorious second, you're weightless, flying through the cool night air like some mythological idiot. The rope creaks. Your feet nearly brush the treacherous bridge below. And then you land. Mostly, your knees hit the far ledge with a slap that would echo if the castle weren't so busy swallowing sound. You grunt, scramble, and roll out of view into the shadowed corridor. Somewhere, far off, you think you hear laughter. Possibly yours, possibly someone else's. You lie flat for a moment, catching your breath, and considering all your life choices, especially the ones that led you to cosplay as a Sengoku-era cat burglar. Then you rise. This section of the castle feels different, tighter. The corridors are narrow, lined with faded paintings, ink landscapes, mountain temples, birds in flight. Everything whispers age. You tiptoe forward, careful not to touch anything, as if the walls might wake up and scold you. Then you see them. Stone steps, climbing upward in a spiral so sharp it's almost aggressive. You place your foot on the first step. It's high, awkwardly so. Your knee nearly kisses your chin. And that's by design. Here's your historical fact. The interior staircases of Japanese castles were often built with uneven, extra steep steps. Why? To slow down invaders and make you trip. Literally. If you're climbing with a weapon or armor, you're off balance. If you're running, you're toast. Add the darkness, narrow space, and general anxiety, and you've got yourself a perfectly terrible time. You climb anyway, legs burning, hands on the wall for support. The steps creak just enough to set your teeth on edge. Something drips nearby. You don't look up. At one landing, you find a window, small, wooden barred, offering a perfect view of the courtyard below. You peer through and spot 2 guards walking a loop. One stops, sniffs the air like a fox, then moves on. The tension in your shoulders tightens like a bad massage. You reach the top of the stairs and stumble into another hallway, this one wide, with polished wooden floors that gleam faintly under paper lanterns. Everything here feels ceremonial, grand, less defensive, more decorative. That should make you feel safer. It does not. A screen door slides open to your left, just a few inches. You freeze. A woman steps out, dressed in a simple kimono, carrying a tray with an empty teacup. Her hair is tied up. She doesn't see you. You press yourself against the wall. She pauses, head tilted. Then she walks away. Not hurriedly, not suspiciously. But you notice her feet make no sound at all. Just the whisper of silk on wood. And the way she glanced back, brief, knowing, deliberate, says she saw you. But she didn't raise an alarm. Either she's on your side, or she's going to enjoy watching you suffer. Section 4. You don't move. The woman's soft footsteps fade, but your heartbeat insists on sticking around like it's got something to prove. That glance, too calm, too patient, settles in your mind like an itch you can't scratch. She definitely saw you, and chose to walk away, not because she didn't care, but because she didn't need to do anything. The castle would take care of you. You push off from the wall, moving silently, trying not to let your imagination get ahead of you. The wide hallway opens into a smaller one, darker, more intimate. Wooden beams crisscross above, and a faint draft snakes along the floor. You recognize the faint, earthy scent of tatami mats, aged and sun-warmed. And then you reach them. The stairs. But not just any stairs. The stairs. These are steep in a way that feels personal. Each one is narrow, barely wide enough for your foot, and tilted at a rude angle. They don't welcome you. They judge you. Each step seems to whisper, unworthy, clumsy, try again. But maybe stretch first. It's like someone said, hey, what if we took the idea of stairs and made them insulting? Historically speaking, this wasn't just cruelty. It was clever engineering. Samurai castles were built to make upward movement a chore. If attackers breached the outer defenses, they'd be winded, flustered, and deeply confused by the time they even got near the inner sanctum. The stairs were one last middle finger before the samurai inside introduced your spleen to the concept of sharp objects. You crouch at the base and study the layout. The staircase narrows as it rises, curling toward a doorway with a faded curtain. There's no light above, just a gentle hum of something. A breeze, a whisper. You place your foot on the first step. It groans. Not loudly, but enough to suggest that it remembers every other foot that's ever trod here, and none of them were yours. You freeze. Listen. Nothing moves. Not yet. You climb. Each step demands balance and humility. Your knees brush your chest. Your back hunches. The incline is aggressive, forcing you into a defensive posture even as you ascend. Your muscles ache, and you wonder if this entire staircase was actually designed by a bitter samurai with a grudge against climbers. Halfway up, something shifts. A breeze stirs the curtain above, revealing a flicker of lantern light. But more than that, you hear movement behind the walls. Soft, subtle, like silk on bamboo. You pause, hand gripping the rail. There's a strange feeling, one that prickles the back of your neck. You're not climbing alone. You look around. The architecture of Japanese castles often included honeycombed interiors, walls within walls, corridors that looped around unseen. Servants, guards, and spies could move silently through these inner channels, observing or intercepting without ever being seen. And sometimes, those passageways were filled with more than just guards. Sometimes, they were used for the weird stuff. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some Edo period castles were rumored to house listening monks, silent observers, trained to memorize everything they heard and report directly to the Lord. Others tell of invisible wives, concubines hidden away, allowed to move only through secret paths. Historians still argue whether these were real positions or just ghost stories whispered among lower servants. But right now, you're not in a hurry to find out. You reach the top stair and duck under the curtain. And now, you're in it. The inner residential quarters. No more dark wood or stone here. This place is pristine. Clean white walls, painted screens, and low-lacquered tables. You step softly across tatami that's springy beneath your feet, the scent of dried rush grass filling the air. A brazier glows in one corner, coals red and drowsy. And then, slide. A paper door opens just slightly. You duck. A servant walks by, young, focused, carrying a folded kimono. His sandals barely make a sound on the tatami. He doesn't look your way, but his eyes flick left, right where you're crouched. And he smiles, then keeps walking. Again, no shout, no alarm, just quiet acknowledgement. As if he knows you're here, as if they've all known you're here. You start to wonder if this is some kind of the trap, not the jump scare kind. The elegant, centuries-old, we let you in because it's fun watching you squirm kind. Still crouched, you shuffle sideways into a smaller chamber. A storage room, maybe. Scrolls, cloth, a wooden box carved with a family crest. Then you see something that makes your blood go sideways. A screen panel, ornate lacquered black, stands in the corner. And it's wrong. Not just fancy. Wrong. It's too thick. Too heavy. The image on it, a heron flying over bamboo, doesn't match the aesthetic of the other screens. And the heron's eye is off-center, almost like it's a lens. You approach, slowly, carefully. You tap the screen. Nothing. You look behind it. The wall is solid, but there's a crack, a hairline separation where the panels meet. You press gently, and the screen clicks softly, then swings open a few inches, revealing nothing but darkness. You slip inside. It's a tight corridor, barely wider than your shoulders. The walls close in, lined with vertical slats of old wood. The air smells of dust, candle wax, and something faintly metallic. This is it. One of the hidden movement paths used by retainers or spies. You're inside the skeleton of the castle now, and it's silent. So silent that your breath feels like a riot. You step forward. Each footfall on the wooden floor sends a faint vibration. But the boards here are different. Intentional. Designed to not squeak. Which is funny, considering what's coming next. Because just ahead, only a few turns away, is the exact opposite. The nightingale floor. A corridor built to sing the moment it's touched. Purposefully. And you're headed right for it. Section 5. You freeze. Just before the corridor curves. Like your spine senses something your eyes haven't caught up with yet. You press yourself against the slatted wall, listening. And then you hear it. A faint chirrup. Not a bird. Not outside. It's underfoot. Another chirp chirp. Lighter this time. High-pitched. Soft. Like a child's toy. If that toy were designed to immediately betray your position to half a dozen sword-wielding adults. You inch forward and peek around the corner. A long hallway stretches out before you, lined with pale wooden beams and paper walls painted with waves and blossoms. Beautiful, peaceful, elegant. A trap. The floor beneath it all is made of uguisubari, literally, nightingale floor. And the reason it chirps isn't because it's old or haunted. It's because someone made it that way, on purpose. Here's your historical fact. Nightingale floors were a defensive masterpiece. Tiny metal brackets and joints were built under the floorboards so that when you stepped, even lightly, they let out a bird-like squeak. The mechanism was sensitive enough to betray even a cat. Designed during the Edo period, they made silent movement impossible, no matter how ninja you thought you were. Which means you cannot cross this hallway quietly. You close your eyes, take a breath, and try to weigh your options. Option 1, crawl along the edge and hope your weight doesn't trigger the chirping. Option 2, jump from board to board like you're auditioning for a Sengoku-era parkour video. Option 3, go back and accept a peaceful life in a quiet village somewhere, selling fermented tofu. But you didn't sneak into a castle just to turn back at the world's sassiest hallway. So you step forward. Creep. It's surprisingly pleasant, almost whimsical, like the floor is politely acknowledging your existence. You take another step. Cree. Okay, it's cute. Third step. Too loud. Way too loud. You drop to your knees and listen. Somewhere deeper in the castle, a soft shuffle, a pause, then nothing. You keep going, slow and measured. With every footstep, the floor sings a different pitch, high, low, chirpy, wailing. It's like a flock of birds is mocking your every move. Halfway through the hallway, you spot something strange. A segment of the wall has been repaired, clumsily. The paper there is newer, cleaner. You tilt your head. Then you see it. A pinhole, almost invisible. A peephole. Someone's watching this hallway from the other side. You're not sure if it's a servant, a samurai, or one of those legendary ninja monks who eats information for breakfast. But you're being watched. You wave. Just a tiny flick of your fingers. There's no response. You keep walking. The end of the hallway opens into a new room. Larger, darker, filled with shadowy corners and ornate screens. You step off the nightingale floor and onto a softer mat. Your knees thank you. The silence feels artificial, like you stepped into the mouth of something holding its breath. Then, a shuffle, a whisper of silk. You duck behind a screen just as two figures glide into view. One is tall, armored, and silent. The other wears a pale robe, face veiled. They move slowly, with the kind of confidence that says, "We know where every exit is, and also how many knives we're currently carrying." They pause in the center of the room. The robed one speaks softly, in a voice like falling ash. "Did you hear it again?" The armored figure nods. "I told the Lord it would come." "Come? It?" You don't breathe. "Do not wake the child," says the soft voice. "It has already entered the inner quarters." The armored one vanishes into the shadows with a step so quiet it makes your earlier chirping entrance feel like a marching band. The robed figure lingers a moment longer, head turning slowly, then slips away through a side door you didn't even notice. You wait another moment, then crawl out. You've heard rumors, of course, that some castles had ghost watch rooms, chambers where seers or spiritually sensitive attendants would monitor the castle through hidden screens and tiny peepholes. Their job wasn't to fight. It was to sense. You thought it was myth. Apparently not. You move on, now fully aware that the walls aren't just watching. They're whispering about you. You enter a small side room, ducking under a low beam. The scent changes. Warm cedar, faint incense, and something like roasted chestnuts. The floor is smoother here, newly polished. No squeaks, no hidden alarms. And yet, you feel even more exposed. A paper screen slides open, fast. You freeze. There's no one there. But the panel keeps sliding open, and open, and open. It reveals nothing but another screen. You step forward and slide that one. Another screen, then another. You're in a layered decoy hallway, a maze of sliding doors designed to confuse, trap, and utterly disorient anyone who doesn't know the sequence. Samurai castle designers loved these things. They weren't just decorative. They were puzzles. If you slid the wrong panel, it could lead to a brick wall, or a dead end, or worse, a fall through a collapsing floorboard into the kitchen fire pit. It's happened. You open another panel, and suddenly, blessedly, you see something different. A hallway. A real one. Dimly lit, straight, with a faint breeze coming through. You step through, and the floor drops beneath your heel. You yelp, but your reflexes save you. Just barely. You catch yourself on the frame, heart trying to burrow out through your ribs. You look down. It's a drop. Not fatal, but far enough to twist something you probably need for walking. You were one step from falling into a trap disguised as progress. You pull back, wipe your forehead, and mutter a quiet apology to gravity. You finally find the correct panel. It clicks when you slide it. A faint breeze greets you. Fresh air. You step into a small balcony area overlooking the inner courtyard. It's quiet. Too quiet. And then you see it. Just for a second. That same figure from the rooftop, standing still, watching you. And this time, it doesn't disappear. It raises its hand and beckons. Section 6. You don't move. Not right away. The figure on the far side of the courtyard, still as carved jade, holds its hand aloft in that unmistakable gesture. Come. And what do? You duck back behind the wooden beam and whisper to no one in particular. Yeah, sure. Let's just follow the possibly supernatural rooftop lurker deeper into the murder maze. You pause. Peek again. Gone. Of course it is. The night air is cooler out here. Fresher. But it doesn't relax you. It just makes the stillness feel even more deliberate. The kind of quiet that happens right before a shing. And everything goes sideways. You creep along the balcony's edge, ducking under a low overhang until you reach another sliding panel door. This one isn't locked. That alone feels suspicious. You slide it open with just 2 fingers, slow and steady. Inside, a hallway stretches out, narrow and lined with shoji, those classic rice paper sliding doors. Soft light glows behind some, casting warm silhouettes of trees, mountains, the occasional bird, all part of the painted scenes that decorate them. But as you move down the hall, the imagery changes. First, it's cherry blossoms, serene. Then, cranes in flight, noble. Then, wait. Did that one crane just move? You stop. Step back. You stare at the panel. A crane, wings raised mid-flight, painted across 3 panels. But now, its eye seems to be in a different place. Not just painted, but glossy, wet, and looking directly at you. You crouch low and squint. Behind the thin paper, a glint of metal. And then you see the faintest sliver between panels, almost imperceptible. Not a gap for sliding. A hinge. You realize it too late. This isn't just a painted screen. It's a concealed weapon port. Chic. A blade pokes out, slowly, menacingly, just enough to say, "We know you're there." You flatten yourself against the opposite wall. The blade doesn't chase. It just lingers, like a warning. Yeah, shoji aren't just there to look pretty. Here's your historical fact. Many samurai castles used false shoji panels as ambush points. Behind the innocent rice paper could be a full guard post, or a hidden swordsman, or in this case, a nasty surprise with a shiny edge. Even in peacetime, These doors were strategically arranged to obscure movement, confuse assassins, and keep servants slipping in and out without being tracked. To an outsider, it all looked like minimalist elegance. But behind that elegance, chaos. With a floor plan, you edge away, breathing shallow. Another screen glows softly to your left. A landscape this time. Misty mountains and a wide river. You nearly pass it, then stop. That river isn't part of the painting. It's moving. You blink. Look again. The painting hasn't changed, but behind it, there's someone, moving slowly, silhouetted by a flickering lantern. They're crouching, watching you through the paper. Their face is right behind the river's edge, perfectly aligned with the waterline, and they're smiling. You walk faster. The hallway twists again, narrowing until you have to duck. You hear something now, subtle, like fingers brushing silk. It's coming from behind one of the panels. You don't investigate. You pass another screen, and this one is slightly open. You see into the room. It's empty. Mostly. Except for the suit of armor. At first glance, it's decorative. A full yoroi set, complete with kabuto helmet, fearsome faceplate, and lacquered plates. It's propped up beside a low table, surrounded by scrolls and a sake tray. Then you notice the cup. It's not empty. And the armor? It's facing the door. You crouch to get a better angle. Something inside the helmet catches the light. Not glass, not paper. An eye. You back away slowly. Historically, suits of armor were often placed in guest rooms as symbols of hospitality or protection. But in some cases, especially during wartime, they were worn by soldiers pretending to be still, waiting silently for the right moment to strike. Fringe rumor time. Some texts mention guards so skilled in motionlessness that they could remain in armor, posed like mannequins, for hours, even days. They'd slow their breathing, control their heartbeat, become furniture. Murderous, breathable furniture. The armor doesn't move, but you swear the sake in the cup ripples just slightly. You keep going. Now the hallway opens up into a chamber, wider, warmer. Tatami mats on the floor, a low table with a tea set, and cushions arranged neatly. Like someone's expecting company. You don't trust it, but you step inside anyway. You're tired, a little sweaty, and the tea smells comforting. Roasted, nutty, possibly poisoned, but very cozy. You sink to your knees on the farthest cushion, facing the doorway, just in case. Then you hear it. Click. A hidden panel in the wall slides open. You rise to your feet so fast you knock over the tea set. Hot liquid spills, and the steam smells like toasted barley. And oh no. A figure steps into the room. Not armored, not robed. A servant, same as before. Calm, silent, wearing a simple kimono. He bows slightly and walks to the spilled tea. Without a word, he begins to clean it. Precise, efficient. Not the least bit surprised to find a trespasser lounging in his master's tea chamber. He finishes, bows again, and leaves through the panel. You stare at the open door he came from. It leads somewhere. And this time, you follow. Because at this point, you're starting to think they're leading you. and you're just playing catch-up in their carefully choreographed castle dance. Section 7. You follow the servant through the secret panel like a guest at the world's most threatening dinner party. He doesn't look back. His feet glide over the tatami with the kind of grace that suggests he's walked these hidden halls since before you were a terrible idea climbing a rope outside a castle. You, on the other hand, shuffle behind him like a middle schooler in stolen socks. The passage narrows, lit only by thin slats of light where the wall joins the floor. The servant turns a corner, and you follow. And suddenly, he's gone, vanished. Not a sound, not a closing door, just gone. You freeze. Look back. Look forward. You are alone. Again. You reach the corner and peek carefully. The corridor splits here. One path leading down, the other toward a softly glowing paper panel. You consider both, and before you can overthink it, a faint gust of warm air floats down from the left. Warm air. That means people, kitchens, fires, life, and possibly guards. You turn right instead, toward the glow. The panel here slides easier than it should. On the other side is a small landing. And past that, a stairwell. Wooden, narrow. It spirals downward, but you can't see how far. You step onto it and immediately hear the difference. These steps aren't creaky. They're soft, padded with some kind of mat or fabric along the edge, muffling your footfalls. Which is weird, because why would you pad a stairwell in a castle full of traps unless someone very important uses it? You continue down, and when you reach the bottom, the hallway opens into a new chamber, dimly lit, wider, and cooler, and filled with silence. You take a few cautious steps inside, and pause. Something's off. You sniff the air. Not incense, not smoke, something else. Steel, oil, and maybe sweat. You crouch low and squint ahead. You're not in a hallway. You're in a guard room. And the guards? Sleeping. All three of them, slumped against the walls or curled in straw-lined corners, each one in full or partial armor. One has a spear resting against his shoulder. Another is lightly snoring. The third might just be pretending. You step back toward the shadows and begin to edge along the wall, careful not to kick anything that could rattle. Here's your mainstream fact. Samurai guards were often trained to rest in armor. Some could sleep sitting up, fully dressed for combat, and awaken in total silence. Part of their training involved controlling their breathing and pulse. Samurai weren't just warriors. They were body discipline nerds. And while they could nap, they were never truly asleep. Like cats. Lethal, extremely disciplined cats. You make it halfway across the room when something betrays you. A coin. Just one. Slips from your pouch and clinks onto the wooden floor with the same energy as a cannon blast. You freeze. The closest guard flinches. You duck behind a support beam and hold your breath so hard your ribs squeak. The guard lifts his head, sniffs, rubs his face. He stares in your direction. And then he goes back to sleep, or pretends to. You wait. 3 full minutes. Then you move. Not fast, not stupid, just smooth. Shadow slow. You find the far door, just slightly ajar, and slip through it into another hallway. Only now, you're on a new level of the castle, the core. It's warmer here. The walls are thicker. The floors are polished to a near-silent finish. No paper screens, just solid wood and ornate carvings. And lining the walls, suits of armor. A row of them, tall, gleaming, detailed. Helmets with horns, chest plates with family crests, arm guards etched with waves, and cranes, and dragons. You step past the first one, and its hand twitches. Nope. You walk faster. Historically, armor displays in samurai castles weren't always for decoration. Some were ceremonial, yes, meant to honor family lineage or inspire fear. But others were very much functional. Guards sometimes wore full armor while standing still for long periods, posing like statues, ready to spring into action if needed. Your quirky fact? There are scrolls that mention castle lords keeping silent statues in key corridors. Real men, in real armor, ordered to remain motionless for hours. They were given tea and instructions beforehand, and possibly a little incentive not to sneeze. You reach the end of the hallway. A single sliding door blocks your path, carved with a chrysanthemum and pine branch. You slide it open. The room beyond is massive, almost too massive. You expected small and dark. Instead, a wide chamber filled with light. Lanterns flicker softly in the corners. The floor is smooth, striped with clean wooden beams. The walls lined with hanging scrolls, each painted with scenes of nature, rivers, cranes, mountains, and in one corner, a coiled dragon that seems to move if you stare too long. And at the center of the room, a single man, sitting cross-legged, in full armor, helmet off, eyes closed, sword resting across his knees. Not a statue, not a ghost, just waiting. You don't dare move, because somehow, even though his eyes are closed, you know he's awake. He speaks, voice low, calm. Long way to come for nothing. You swallow. This was not part of your plan, but apparently it was part of his. Section 8. You don't respond right away, mostly because your tongue is stuck to the roof of your mouth. The armored man in the center of the chamber hasn't opened his eyes. He hasn't moved an inch. And yet, you feel like he's watching you anyway, with something deeper than eyes, with presence. You shift your weight slightly, ready to run, or bow, or faint. Honestly, any of those would be valid right now. Then he opens his eyes, sharp, focused, calm, in a terrifying, I meditate with weapons kind of way. You've made it farther than most, he says. That doesn't feel like a compliment. His hand moves, barely, and rests on the hilt of his katana. You wonder, absurdly, if this is the part where you say something clever. Maybe ask for directions, or a glass of water. But your mouth isn't cooperating. Neither are your knees. He studies you. You've avoided the moat, dodged the walls, silenced the floorboards. You blink. That last part wasn't true. And yet, he continues, you still think you are unseen. He smiles, just a little, and then, to your complete astonishment, he stands, in one smooth, almost weightless motion, rising in full armor, as if it were made of paper and grace. "I am not here to stop you," he says. "Oh, okay." "I am here," he continues, "to see how far you can go." Then he walks past you, just like that, not menacing, not curious, just calm, as if you're a footnote in his evening stroll. You turn to watch him go, and that's when you realize something. There was never a guard at this level, not because they forgot, but because they didn't need one. The castle itself is the guard, and now you're inside its most dangerous part. You move forward cautiously, stepping out of the wide chamber and into a side hall. This one's narrower, almost choked with carved wood and thick curtains that block the light. It's warm here, too warm. You loosen your collar. Something smells faintly of charcoal and burnt fabric. And then you hear it, something shifting behind the wall. You press your ear against the wood. A soft click, then shh, like a screen sliding open in a far-off room. And now, footsteps. Fast. Light. Too light to be armor. You retreat from the wall and push open the nearest door, slipping into a smaller room. And just as you close the panel behind you, you feel the vibration of someone, something passing. They don't stop. They don't speak. But you swear, in that brief moment through the cracks of the panel, you see a flash of silver and toes. Bare toes. Ninja? Historians still argue whether ninja really lived inside samurai castles, or if that's just a centuries-long branding success. The word ninja is elastic, covering everyone from hired spies to deadly assassins to con artists in dark pajamas. Some say they were only used outside castles. Others believe elite shinobi were embedded inside fortresses, living among the staff, unknown even to the Lord's most trusted guards. Tonight, you're starting to lean toward yes, because that flash of motion you just saw didn't move like a servant. It moved like someone hunting something. You exhale shakily and take in your new room. It's surprisingly peaceful, almost cozy. A smaller chamber, lined with scrolls and books. The air smells like old ink and cedar. A small writing desk sits at the back. The floor is covered in cushions. A scholar's retreat. But something feels off. You step closer to the desk. There, beside a lacquered inkstone, is a half-written letter. Brush still wet. And the chair still warm. Someone was just here. You spin around. Nothing. The panel hasn't moved. But when you look back, the brush is gone. Okay. You're either hallucinating, or this castle's ghost has a to-do list. Either way, you don't linger. You slip out and continue down the corridor, turning a sharp corner and stopping dead. Because now, the walls are whispering. You lean close. There's no breeze, no draft, but the wood is talking. Not loud, not in words. Just a soft, rhythmic rustle, 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 like someone pacing behind the walls, following you. You walk faster, Another turn, and now you're in a long gallery. Paper screens on either side. Paintings of mountains, temples, and cranes. But one painting is different. It shows the castle itself. From above. A perfect top-down view, like something from a strategy game or spy manual. And in the painting, there's a dot of red. You squint. It's placed precisely where you are standing. You step sideways. The dot moves. Nope. This screen isn't just a decoration. It's watching. You cover the dot with your hand. Feel only cool paper. Then you turn and walk faster, not running. Just fast enough to say, I'm politely declining this invitation to haunted map time. You reach the end of the gallery and push open a double set of wooden doors and find yourself standing in a vast, open-air courtyard. Lanterns sway gently from tall wooden poles. Gravel paths wind through perfectly manicured pines. A koi pond glistens under moonlight, calm and quiet. It's beautiful and empty. No guards, no servants, no ominous suits of armor. You take a tentative step. Nothing happens. Another step. Still nothing. You breathe. Maybe this is a break. A moment of peace. A reward, even. And then, something moves behind you. You spin and realize the door you came through, it's gone. No hinges. No seam. Just solid wood and wall. You're in a courtyard with no exits. And you're not alone. Because now, across the pond, stepping slowly into the lantern light, is the servant. The same one from before. And this time, he's carrying a sword. Section 9. He steps lightly over the gravel path, like the stones part for him. That same simple kimono, tied just a little too neatly. Sleeves pushed back just far enough to give his wrists freedom. You notice the way he holds the sword. Not drawn, not raised. Just resting gently in one hand, blade sheathed. Like it's a question he's still deciding whether to ask. You raise your hands. Not in surrender exactly. More in a, hey, let's not do this gesture that transcends language. His eyes lock with yours. Calm. Steady. Somewhere between I've served tea for 20 years and I've ended lives before breakfast. Then, he bows. It's not mocking, not sarcastic, just a slow, precise bow of acknowledgement. The kind you return instinctively, even if your knees don't agree. You bow, and when you rise, he's gone, like completely. You didn't blink. You didn't hear anything. One moment, poised threat in human form. Next moment, nothing. The gravel is undisturbed. The pond ripples once, as if someone just stepped across its surface. You are now 99% certain this castle is sentient, possibly judging you in haiku form. You exhale and turn, eyes scanning the edge of the courtyard. Still no doors, no panels, no stairs. But then, under one of the pine trees, you spot something new. A small stone lantern, the kind you'd see in a Zen garden or a slow-motion tea commercial. Except this one's open. A square cavity yawns at its base, barely wide enough to crawl through. You'd dismiss it as decoration, except there's air coming out of it. Cool, musty, moving. You crouch, And then you hear it. A faint whoosh, like breath moving through lungs older than your entire bloodline. You reach in, fingers brushing cold stone. The tunnel feels tight, but navigable. A secret crawl space. Maybe a drainage route. Maybe a sneaky passage for a very determined raccoon. You squeeze in. Your elbows complain. Your shoulders object. Your pride? Long gone. You wiggle forward, the stone brushing your back and forehead like a too friendly handshake. The scent down here is dust and moss and something ancient, like forgotten offerings and lost sandals. You crawl and crawl until finally it opens up. You spill out into a dark chamber. You lie on your back for a moment, staring at the ceiling. A vaulted wooden arch so low you could headbutt it by accident. Welcome to the belly of the castle. The walls are bare, beams rough-hewn. No elegance here. No scrolls or sliding screens. This place is all business. A narrow corridor stretches ahead, torchlight flickering from somewhere deep within. You stand, shake off the ache in your spine, and walk toward the glow. Your footsteps echo differently here, less like tapping wood, more like moving through the throat of something alive. Eventually, you reach a chamber, low ceiling, thick beams, and in the middle, something strange, a wall of weapons, not displayed neatly, not curated like a museum, just stacked. Spears, naginatas, tetsubos, swords with wrapped hilts and blades dulled by time. Some are cracked, others gleam as if used yesterday. You step closer, reach for a small blade, more tool than weapon. As you touch it, you feel the weight of everything this room has seen. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Most castles had emergency armories tucked in the back halls, places where defenders could grab extra weapons if the main store was breached. They weren't pretty. They weren't organized. They were for when things went very, very wrong. But this room feels different. More like bait. You hear it before you feel it. Click. You dive sideways, just as a section of the floor drops away behind you, revealing a pit that smells suspiciously like spikes and regret. You scramble to your feet and run. Not gracefully, but with the speed of someone who now deeply mistrusts everything wooden and flat. You reach another corridor. This one curves. And on the walls, tapestries. Not paintings, not scrolls. Fabric. You slow. Each one depicts the same scene from different angles. A man in a castle. Not a lord. Not a soldier. Someone sneaking, hiding, climbing, crawling. And then, caught. One shows him kneeling, another bound, a third. Well, let's just say it's not bedtime friendly. And the last tapestry? It shows the man looking directly at you. You step back. It's your face. Or close enough that your heart decides to just stop for a moment. The eyes are too knowing, the smile too slight. You tear your gaze away and push forward. And now, a door, a real one, heavy, wooden, bound in iron. You press your palm against it, warm, which is odd, because there's no fire behind it. You push, and find yourself in a tall chamber with stone floors and thick pillars. Torches burn low in the sconces, and across the room, samurai armor, 10 sets, arranged in a line, backed against the far wall. They stand silent, swords in their belts, helmets tilted slightly downward, like they're resting between battles. You step forward, 1 footstep, and then a soft, metallic scrape. You freeze. The helmet of the nearest suit turns, just slightly. Not a twitch, not a settling creak. A deliberate, slow tilt. You back up, and every helmet tilts in unison. You whisper the only words that make sense. Nope. And then, slide. The door behind you shuts. Section 10. You stare at the shut door behind you for 3 long, trembling breaths. It doesn't open. Of course it doesn't. Samurai castle doors never reopen politely. They close with finality, with purpose, with the quiet suggestion that you've just walked into your last mistake. You turn back to the room. The 10 suits of armor remain exactly where they were, except now, you know they're watching. Their helmets no longer droop in rest. They tilt slightly upward, eyes invisible behind layers of metal and shadow. Their stances are unchanged, but something in their presence has shifted. And you are standing in the center of their semicircle, which, you realize, is almost exactly where someone would stand if they were to be judged. You inch sideways toward the wall. Your hand brushes a carved wooden pillar, smooth, worn from centuries of gloved hands or trembling ones. You press yourself against it, like it offers comfort. Spoiler: it doesn't. And then the first suit moves. Not much, just a step. But that step echoes like thunder in your bones. You freeze. The armor lifts its head. Another suit shifts, metal plates sliding with a whisper. A shoulder turns. A foot adjusts. They move not like men waking up, but like statues, deciding to pretend they were men all along. You remember a fringe tale you once read, possibly exaggerated, possibly not, that some high-ranking samurai lords installed living guardians in their armories. Soldiers trained to remain absolutely motionless for days, hidden within armor. They didn't eat, didn't speak, didn't blink. They just waited, waiting for that one intruder, that one fool, that one you. Historians still debate whether these were real soldiers, monks with a death wish, or just decorative armor with ghost rumors. But as you watch these figures come alive in slow, deliberate movement, you no longer care which version is true, because they're moving now. You back away, calculating the distance between yourself and nothing. There's no visible door, just stone, shadows, and the realization that if one of them lunges, you have about 3 seconds of life left. And then, one of the helmets falls off, clatters to the ground, loud, jarring. You flinch. Expect a sword. Expect a shout. Instead, you get silence. You squint. The armor that dropped its helmet is empty, fully posed, balanced, but hollow. You step closer, cautious, curious, in that stupid, sleepless way people get when their adrenaline hits a weird peak. You lean in and see that the chest plate isn't attached with cords. It's hinged. You open it, slowly. Inside, a message scrawled on a strip of faded paper, tucked where a torso should be. You pull it out. The kanji is elegant, looping, written with care. You recognize a few words. If you have reached this point, you are already within the heart. The heart? You read on. Look up, and do not hesitate. You do. The ceiling is high, cross-beamed with dark wood. In the center, a square panel, just slightly ajar, a trap door. You step back, scan the room. Only one of the suits of armor still hasn't moved. It's in the center, taller than the rest. Its stance is wider, hands at its side, not on its weapon. It stands directly beneath the panel, and you realize it's not a guardian. It's a ladder, a hidden climb disguised in armor. Subtle rungs inside the leg plates, handholds built into the shoulders. A test. You cross the room. The other suits of armor do not follow. You reach the central one and press a hand to its breastplate. It gives just enough to allow your fingers into a carved ridge, perfect for climbing. This was always the way up. You climb. It's awkward, metallic, slightly squeaky. The trap door above pushes open easily. No lock, no weight, just a sigh of air as you emerge into a new chamber. And this one is silent. No movement, no decoration, just 4 walls, a soft floor, and in the center, a painted screen, folded, black lacquered, tall enough to conceal a person. You approach. The screen is painted with bamboo, wind-blown, graceful. On the far right panel, a tiger curls at the base, watching. You move around it, slow, and find a chair, a simple wooden chair. And in it, a samurai lord, or what remains of one, clad in resplendent armor, sword across his knees, his face pale beneath the helmet. Not fresh, not skeletal, just still. You flinch, but he doesn't move. His eyes are closed. You realize this room was a decoy inner sanctum, a trick, a lure. The real lord, whoever he was, is long gone. This body, a remnant, a message. The air is dry here, faintly perfumed with sandalwood and cedar. You kneel, not out of fear, but respect. Something about this room demands stillness. And then, a breeze, soft. From the floor, you crawl forward, pressing your hand against the tatami. A seam. You peel it open, revealing a trapdoor, smaller than the last, deeper, unmarked. And next to it, another note. This one reads, "The path forward is below. The eyes have seen enough." You pause, because once you drop down, there's no coming back up. But you've come this far. So you descend, and the trapdoor closes above you without a sound. Section 11. The trapdoor slides shut above you with the soft finality of a book being closed on your chapter. Instant darkness. And silence so complete, your own heartbeat sounds rude. You crouch for a moment, letting your eyes adjust, but they don't. There's no light down here. None. The air is dense, earthy, and tinged with something faintly metallic, like rust, or blood, or centuries of quiet. You reach out. Stone. You crawl forward, feeling your way down what seems like a tight, earthen tunnel. The walls brush your shoulders. Your knees protest every inch. It smells of damp wood and old secrets, with just a hint of moldy tatami and the distinct "this is where regrets go to ferment" aroma. And just as you think it'll go on forever, the ground opens. You tumble forward, arms flailing, and land softly on a mat lit by a single candle. Which is weird, because you didn't bring a candle. You're in a small room, round, stone-lined, walls curved inward like a well. The candle rests on a low wooden pedestal. Beside it, a scroll, unrolled, waiting. You crawl closer. The calligraphy is ancient, almost too perfect, like someone wrote it, knowing it would be read by very few, and remembered by even fewer. You translate what you can. To reach the truth, go where the paper ends. All else is shadow. That's vague, and not in a helpful fortune cookie way. More like a "you're now in the riddle chapter of the dungeon crawl" way. You glance around. No doors, no trap doors. Just the candle, the scroll, and the stone wall. You lift the candle, and behind it, etched faintly into the floor, a series of tiny rectangles, each exactly the size of a sheet of paper. You tilt the candle to illuminate the wall more closely. One of the stones looks different, smoother, less pitted. You push it. Click. A panel slides open, just a little. Beyond it, darkness. Again. But now you're committed. You crawl through, and the air shifts instantly. Colder, but also older. You're now in what feels like a narrow servant corridor, but one built entirely underground. You can't stand upright. Everything is small scale, meant for crouching, carrying trays, whispering behind the scenes. The passage twists and turns with the attention span of a drunken snake. You see faint light ahead and move toward it. Eventually, you emerge into a larger space. Low ceiling, stone floors, a few stacked barrels, crates, and a faint aroma of miso and old rice. You're in a hidden food store. Your stomach growls loudly, which is rude considering you've been dodging ghosts, blades, and mildly judgmental armor for hours. You spot a half-covered basket. Inside, dried rice cakes. Old, but edible. Possibly. You take one. Crunch. Not great. Not terrible. A little like guilt-flavored styrofoam. But it's fuel. You move on, passing shelves lined with pickled vegetables and jugs of water. Some are broken, others perfectly sealed. And then you hear it. Soft footsteps approaching. You duck behind a crate. A woman enters, middle-aged, wearing a worn yukata. She carries a lantern and hums softly, some lullaby you don't recognize, but it makes the hair on your arms rise. She walks to one of the barrels, checks its seal, nods, and begins to turn back. Then stops. Her head tilts, and in the stillness, she speaks. "I know you're there." Your heart tries to hide inside your shoes. She doesn't turn. "Don't worry. she says. "You're not the first." She picks up her lantern and walks slowly toward your crate. You stand up, slowly, hands visible, every nerve on red alert. She doesn't flinch, just studies you. Her eyes are tired, but not surprised. "Did you come for the treasure?" she asks. You open your mouth, then close it. No good answer. You didn't come for anything specific. Not money, not glory. You just kept going. She seems to understand. She points to a panel on the far wall. There's a path behind that. It leads to what's left. What's left of what? You ask. She smiles, faint and sad. Of the reason this castle still stands. She turns to leave. "Wait," you say. "Why are you helping me?" She pauses, doesn't look back, because watching is exhausting. And then she disappears through a side door you didn't notice until now. You approach the panel, push gently. It swings inward. Another tunnel. But this one isn't dark. It glows. Not brightly, but just enough. A pale blue light. Unnatural. Cold. You walk in, and immediately regret everything. Because the tunnel is filled with paintings, wall to wall, ceiling to floor, ancient ink works, each one capturing a scene from the castle's past. Battles, banquets, assassinations, ceremonies. So much motion on still paper. They twist along the walls like memories refusing to fade. And in every single one, there's you, always in the background, climbing a wall, sneaking through a door, watching from a corner, sometimes even in armor, sometimes not human at all. Your mouth goes dry. You walk faster and reach the end of the tunnel. One last door. A curtain, actually. Heavy, brocade, embroidered with a phoenix. You lift it aside and step into a room filled with mirrors. Dozens of them. Some cracked, some warped, some polished to a perfect shine, and reflected in every one of them is not you, but the servant, standing, waiting. Section 12. You step back instinctively. Your heel hits stone. No give. Nowhere to run. Dozens of mirrors. Dozens of him. But none of them move. Not one blink. Not one twitch. Just the same expression, repeated endlessly. Calm, unreadable, like a secret written in water. Each reflection shows the servant in a slightly different pose. Hands folded, sword sheathed, sword drawn, eyes closed, eyes watching. But the real problem? You're not in any of them. No reflection, no silhouette, not even a shadow. You wave a hand. Nothing. You put your fingers up to the glass. Still nothing. It's like you're invisible to the room, or no longer part of it. You glance around, heartbeat now trying to tap Morse code against your ribs. One mirror stands slightly apart from the others. Taller, narrower, framed in red lacquer with faded gold trim. You walk toward it. The servant in this one is different. He's kneeling, and in front of him, someone bound, head lowered. You lean closer. It's hard to say for sure, but that person looks a lot like you. You whisper, "Nope, no thank you." And the servant in the mirror looks up, only in the mirror, Not in the room, not in any other reflection, just that one. You stumble back, and the reflections around you begin to ripple, slowly, as if the glass were melting or waking. And the servant speaks, from everywhere and nowhere. You were warned. You spin, no body, just voice. You knew the castle watched. You back toward the wall. Your reflection still refuses to appear. You entered as a shadow, and now you remain as one. And then, a flicker in the mirror. The servant raises a sword, and in the moment, it reaches the mirrored you. All the reflections shatter. The sound is deafening, a cascade of falling glass, echoing like a scream through your very bones. And then, silence. You stand in the middle of the room, glass shards at your feet. Every mirror gone, except the red one, untouched. You walk slowly toward it, and finally, you see your reflection. But it's not alone. Behind you, standing still and real, is the servant. You spin around. No one there. Look back. Still behind you. Still watching. You turn again. Faster this time. Nothing. But now, the reflection is smiling. And then it steps out of the mirror. You don't run. You can't run. Because this version of him doesn't touch the floor. His feet don't quite land. He moves like steam rising from hot tea. Graceful. Too smooth. Not quite real. He circles you, and the air bends with him, like reality is giving him extra room. He speaks, and this time, it's only from his lips. You want to leave. You nod, because that's putting it mildly. He places his hand on your chest. You have to earn it. And he shoves, not hard, not violently, but with intention. And you fall, not backward, not forward, down, straight down, into darkness. When you land, it's not painful, just jarring, like being dropped into someone else's dream mid-sentence. You sit up, rub your eyes. You're in a new room, soft candlelight, tatami mats, a sliding door in front of you. You hear the sound of a kettle boiling. Tea. You stand, slowly, unsure if your body's real anymore. You slide the door open. A woman kneels beside a small brazier, pouring hot water into a ceramic cup. She doesn't look at you, but says calmly, "You are early." You blink. "What?" She gestures to the cushion across from her. "Sit." You do. Because what else are you going to do? The room smells of green tea, incense, and ancient decisions. She prepares the tea with perfect form, measured scoops, precise movements, hands like clockwork. No rush, no pause. This is the chanoyu, the Japanese tea ceremony. An art as much as a ritual. Every gesture, every silence has meaning. Historically, this ritual could be both a peaceful gathering and a deadly negotiation. Samurai lords held tea ceremonies to discuss treaties, or poison rivals, or test the patience of enemies. Tonight, you're not sure which version this is. She places the cup before you. You hesitate. She raises an eyebrow. You drink. It's warm, earthy, slightly bitter. Nothing happens. Yet, she looks at you. Why are you here? You open your mouth. Nothing comes out. She nods. Then you do not yet understand. She picks up the kettle and disappears through the far door. You try to follow, but the room is suddenly empty, and the door no longer exists. The walls dissolve, and once again, you are falling. This time, you land in a courtyard. Same one as before? Maybe. But different now. Fog clings to the ground. Lanterns flicker unnaturally. The trees lean inward, as if listening. And at the far end, the servant. Not a reflection, not a ghost. Just him, waiting, sword drawn, pointing toward you. And behind him, the castle gate, the one you entered from, open. You step forward, and the duel begins. Section 13. Your foot touches gravel, and the courtyard responds with a hush, as if the whole castle just stopped to watch. The servant stands perfectly still, sword pointed downward, tip just grazing the stones. Not in threat, not in fear, just readiness. His face is unreadable, still that mix of serenity and surgical focus. You notice there's no tension in his posture, no showy stance, no dramatic flourish. He doesn't need one. You, on the other hand, are standing in stolen socks, trembling slightly, clutching. Nothing. You left your only weapon somewhere near the disappointing rice cakes. He sees this. He knows. And still, he waits. Behind him, the main gate stands open, wide and welcoming. A lie in wooden form, because it's never just a door. It's a test. Your body wants to bolt. Just sprint past him and risk whatever comes after. But something deeper, the part of you that's been crawling through this haunted maze for what feels like days, knows the truth. You don't get to leave, not unless he lets you. He shifts, just once, and that's your signal. You run, not at him, but to the side, hoping to draw him, to force a gap. But he's already moving. Not fast, correct. Like he's playing chess in real time, and you're just a pawn that forgot how to move. His sword doesn't flash. It glides. You duck, twist, barely avoiding the blade as it slices the air where your face was. Your momentum carries you into a roll, and you scramble to your feet behind one of the decorative pines. Your breath is loud now, too loud. You peek out. He's standing exactly where he was, not even winded, sword now back at rest. Mocking you? No. Just letting you process that he could have ended it already. And didn't. You think of every story you've heard about duels in Japanese history, the mythic clashes between legendary warriors, full of poetry and precision. The reality? Often terrifyingly short. A draw, a strike, a death, all decided in a moment. But sometimes the sword wasn't about the kill. It was about the lesson. You step out from behind the tree, slower this time, controlled, no tricks. You bow, not deeply, just enough. His eyes narrow, just a little. Then he moves. Again, no flash, Just footsteps and a drawing motion so smooth you barely notice the blades out until you feel the air shift. You sidestep, not gracefully, but enough. He doesn't pursue, just adjusts. Like a teacher, you feint left. He doesn't fall for it. You rush center. And that's when he strikes. But not at you. At your shadow. The blade slices across the ground where your silhouette stretches under the lantern light. The force of it rattles your ribs, even though it didn't touch you. A warning. A demonstration. You stumble, now more confused than afraid. Why your shadow? You flash back to the mirror room. You had no reflection. You were never visible. Maybe that's the point. He sheathes his sword in one elegant motion and speaks. The castle does not fear thieves. His voice is low, still unbothered. It fears shadows. You stare at him, breathing hard, knees shaking. What does that mean? He steps aside, one motion, and now the gate behind him is completely clear, open, inviting. Leave, he says. Simple as that. You glance past him. The courtyard, the threshold, the path beyond, down the mountain. It's freedom. Maybe. Possibly. But you don't move. You ask, why let me go now? He tilts his head. You've been seen. 3 words. So simple, so heavy, and you realize being unseen was what let you get this far, what protected you, what kept you slipping past traps, blades, mirrors. But the moment you were seen, by the tea woman, the scroll, the tapestry, your own reflection, something changed. Now you're not a ghost. You're a guest, or a witness, or something else entirely. You walk slowly toward the gate, eyes on him. He doesn't move, doesn't breathe, just watches. You cross the threshold. Your foot hits the stone outside the gate, and the world shifts, slightly. The wind returns. The night feels colder. You turn back. He's gone. The gate is shut. No sound. No slam. Just closed. And now you're outside the castle. But not alone. Because from the shadows of the outer courtyard, something moves. You tense. A growl. Low. Guttural. Wrong. And then you remember. There's a dog. Or something like one. Because remember the rumors about the shogun's pet? You turn, slow, and there it is. Not a dog. A beast, low to the ground. Dark fur. Glowing eyes. And adorned with a collar made of gold leaf and silk tassels. It steps forward, and you realize you're still not out yet, not even close. Section 14. You freeze. The creature padding toward you has the body of a dog. At least, that's the closest comparison your brain can make under stress. But something about it is fundamentally off. Its shoulders are too high. Its paws are too large, yet silent. Its eyes don't shine like an animal's. They shimmer like polished obsidian under a spotlight, reflecting not the world around it, but something deeper. Hung around its neck is an ornate collar, too elegant for any beast. Gold leaf, worked into silk thread, tassels hanging like ceremonial medals. And stitched into the band is a character you almost recognize, an old kanji for watcher or keeper. Not pet, not companion. This thing was never meant to be cuddled. You take a slow step back. The gate behind you is sealed again. Of course it is. The creature's head tilts, slightly curious, as if amused you're even trying to weigh your options. It lowers its body, not to pounce, but to wait. That's worse. Dogs pounce. Guard beasts observe. You're starting to realize this isn't the shogun's lapdog. This might be the shogun's last line of defense. Here's your mainstream fact. Japanese castles sometimes kept dogs as part of the defense system, not to attack, necessarily, but to serve as alarms. Trained for silence until the moment of movement, they could sense changes in scent or step, reacting with eerie accuracy. Some daimyo had entire kennels of dogs trained for stealth detection, far more reliable than sleepy guards or creaky floorboards. But fringe tales? They go further. Some speak of dogs bred for spiritual guardianship, protectors bound to lords, trained not just to guard a body, but to tether a soul, creatures who could distinguish between visitor and invader based on intent, not appearance. Historians still argue whether such guardian dogs truly existed, or whether that's just samurai-era superstition dressed in fur. You're leaning toward existed right now. The beast steps forward. You mirror it, sideways, slow. Its gaze follows, but it doesn't growl again, doesn't bark. It's waiting for something. A cue. A test. You consider bolting for the tree line, but you already know how that ends. This thing will be on you before your second foot hits the ground, and it won't be to sniff your pockets. Then you spot something behind it. A structure, low and beautiful, nestled under a flowering cherry tree, half-shadowed, but unmistakably lavish. A miniature pavilion of polished wood and rich lacquer, with embroidered curtains pulled back to reveal a cushion, a very nice cushion, on top of which rests a tiny bowl, and beside the bowl, a scroll, a panic room for the dog or the ik. You're not hallucinating. This castle, this grand, trap-laden fortress full of murderous sliding panels and squeaky floors, has built an entire luxury suite for this animal. And it has its own scroll. The beast glances at you, then at the pavilion, as if daring you to take the hint. So you do something stupid. What else is new? You crouch, low and slow. Not submissive, but not threatening either. You bow, not deeply, not theatrically, just enough to acknowledge that you understand, that you see it, that you see the creature not as an obstacle, but as another guardian. The animal stares. 1 breath. 2. Then it steps aside. Just a bit. You rise slowly, trying not to betray the sheer volume of gratitude and confusion pulsing through your veins. You nod again, and this time it turns its head toward the woods. Not at you, away from you, and it stays that way. You walk. Each step is deliberate, each inhale slow. Behind you, no sound, no pause, no growls. The creature has resumed its post by the gate. Its job, apparently complete, or postponed. The trees ahead are dense, tall. Moonlight filters through in patches like broken glass. You pass through them, heart finally starting to return to its usual programming. The castle is now behind you. Maybe you're free. You follow the path, not a trail exactly, but a gentle groove in the earth, like hundreds of quiet feet walked this way before. You think of the others who tried this, the ones in the tapestries, the reflections, the scrolls. Did they get this far? Did they meet the beast? Did they bow? You keep walking until the air changes again, lighter, fresher, and then you smell smoke. Not fire, not destruction. Sandalwood. You come to a clearing, and in it, a stone structure. Small, weathered. A shrine. Tiny candles burn in lantern boxes hung from its eaves. In front of the shrine is a basin of water and a ladle. Offerings lie beside it. Coins, rice, old prayer tags, prayer, and resting against the shrine's base is a sandal. Just one. Weathered. Broken at the heel. Familiar. You realize it's yours. The one you lost during the crawl through the stone lantern tunnel. But no one was behind you then. Were they? You approach slowly, ladle water into your hand, and rinse your face. It's cold, sharp, real. The smoke, the pine, the faint chill of mountain air, all real. You place a coin on the shrine without thinking. Maybe for luck, maybe for forgiveness. Then you hear a sound behind you. Not a growl, not a whisper, a whine. You turn, expecting the dog. Instead, it's something smaller. A cat, sitting perfectly still on the path, tail curled around its feet, golden eyes, reflecting firelight, and hanging from its neck, a tiny bell. Section 15. The cat doesn't blink. It just sits there, tail twitching slightly, like a metronome wound by a ghost. The tiny bell around its neck jingles once, bright, sharp, and disturbingly out of place in the silence of the forest. You stare at it, because what else can you do? It's clearly not just a cat. It's too still, too precise. Its eyes don't shift. They lock onto yours and stay there, like it's waiting for you to say something. You do not say anything. You've learned by now that speaking too soon in this castle's world tends to get you in trouble. And technically, you're not even sure you're out of the castle yet. The cat stands. Not a stretch, not a meow. It just rises, turns, and walks along the path ahead. You follow. Because of course you do. You tell yourself this is fine. It's just a cat. What's the worst that can happen? And then your brain remembers that in Japanese folklore, cats are never just cats. Here's your mainstream historical fact. In Edo period Japan, cats were often considered spiritual intermediaries. They could ward off evil or attract fortune, depending on how you treated them. Temples kept them to protect sacred texts from mice, but also because they were thought to see ghosts. Some were even buried with their monks. Their movements were watched like omens. If a cat stared at a wall, spirit. If a cat left a room abruptly, death nearby. If a cat sat politely with a bell and led you down a path in the woods after a haunted castle experience. Yeah, that's not normal. And here's your fringe tidbit. There are rumors, persistent, whispered, and always written with just enough plausible deniability, that some lords trained spy cats. Cats fed, pampered, and trained to wander the castle and observe. The bell wasn't to keep track of the cat. It was to warn you. A moving, purring surveillance system with fur and zero loyalty. Historians still argue whether the cats really reported back to anyone, or if they were just incredibly well-fed coincidences. But you're walking behind one now, and it very much feels like it knows exactly where it's going. The forest path dips slightly, winding between massive cedar trunks. The moonlight slips between the branches in fragmented beams. The cat's bell jingles faintly every few steps, like it's tapping out a message in code. Then it stops. You freeze too. The path ahead opens into a courtyard, not the one you escaped from. A new one, smaller, nestled in the woods, hidden from the world. In the center, a small building, elegant, silent, aged. It doesn't look like a guardhouse or a storehouse. It looks like a tea house. The cat pads up the single wooden step and curls up by the door, as if it has done this every night for 100 years. You step up after it, hesitating at the threshold, and then the door slides open. No one pulls it. It just slides. And inside, you smell sake. Not strong, just a whisper of fermented rice and cedar. You step in. The room is empty. Soft tatami mats. A low table with cushions. A tray already set with 2 cups. Steam curls from the spout of a kettle resting beside a small charcoal brazier. No one is here, but someone has been. You kneel, because at this point, you're not even pretending to be in control. You're just honoring the ritual, hoping it honors you back. You pour a cup, sip. It's warm, mild, comforting. Somewhere behind you, the cat purrs, and then someone speaks. You've done well to get this far. You spin, nearly spilling your drink. A man stands in the doorway. Not armored, not shadowed, just there. Robes loose, face weathered, but calm. Not the servant, not the swordsman, not anyone you've seen before. He doesn't enter, just stands. You passed the moat, he says, nodding. You passed the floors, the walls, the foxes, even the mirrors. You don't correct him on the cat. He tilts his head slightly. Most stop at the tea. You frown. He smiles faintly. Not because it's a trap, because it's a comfort. And after that much fear, most people choose comfort, even if it means they never move again. You glance at the warm sake in your cup. He gestures behind him. But you didn't come for warmth. You came for the next door. You rise, slowly, quietly. He steps aside, and the moment you pass through the threshold behind him, he vanishes. No puff, no flash, just gone. And now, you're in another corridor. This one lined with bamboo panels, narrow and low. You duck slightly as you walk, hand trailing along the smooth wood. There are no paintings here, no screens, no traps you can see, just a hallway and the quiet beat of your steps. Then you hear voices, low, urgent, not in Japanese. You crouch. Ahead, the hallway opens into another chamber, this one filled with shadows and the sound of feasting. You peek around the corner. Samurai, maybe a dozen, unmasked, loose-robed, drinking, laughing quietly, plates of food scattered around them. They look relaxed, but there are swords within arm's reach of every single one. This isn't a meal. It's a watch. You study the room and realize this isn't just a hangout spot. This is a checkpoint. You're in a layer of the castle, not mapped, not charted, but still active, still protected, still alive. And your only path forward? Right through it. Section 16. You crouch behind the bamboo panel, barely daring to breathe. The room ahead glows with soft lantern light, and the kind of quiet laughter that usually means someone's about to make a very sharp point, possibly with something sharpened. The samurai in the chamber are dressed in varying layers of informality. Loose robes, belts undone, armor removed and stacked neatly in corners like loyal dogs napping. But don't let the casual atmosphere fool you. Their hands never stray far from their weapons. And their eyes? They scan the room without moving their heads. Every so often, one of them lifts his cup of sake, takes a sip, and sets it down without sound. That's what makes it unnerving. The silence. No clinking, no slurping, no dropped chopsticks. It's not that they're being quiet. It's that they've trained every motion into silence. This isn't a party. This is a performance. And you're the uninvited guest, watching from the wings. Here's your historical tidbit. Samurai were famous for their discipline, but during peacetime, many still held nightly feasts or strategy gatherings. These weren't your typical loud sake fests. Many were designed as endurance rituals. How long could you drink, stay alert, and hold formal posture? Because a real samurai knew that death could walk in at any time, even while sipping from a lacquered cup. In this room, death wouldn't need to walk in. It's already seated. You scan for another exit. The room has 2 doors, one behind the men, and one behind a thin screen to your right. That one. It's partially obscured, and hopefully, they haven't paid much attention to it. You begin your approach. Low, controlled. But the floor here is different. Smooth bamboo, polished, and flat. Every movement makes your socks whisper against it, like someone quietly asking for attention. You pause, just shy of the screen, crouched beneath a hanging scroll. The image above you is serene, cranes in flight over misty hills. But your eyes catch something odd. The clouds in the painting form a shape, an eye. You avert your gaze, because everything in this castle has the potential to be sentient. And you're not in the mood to bond with visual metaphors. You reach the screen. It's made of reed lattice, simple and old, with paper stretched across it. Not hard to slide. You edge your fingers around it and begin to move it slowly, millimeter by millimeter. It barely makes a sound. Behind the screen, a new space reveals itself. A Zen garden. Sand, carefully raked into swirls. Stone lanterns, placed with deliberate asymmetry. A small bridge, made from one perfect piece of wood, arcs over a dry stream bed, lined with smooth black pebbles. It is stunning and terrible, because as you step into the garden, you realize your feet are making no sound. Not because you've finally mastered silent movement, because this garden is designed to amplify any deviation from its perfection. You glance down. The pebbles are aligned in exact spirals. Each swirl flows around the stones like ripples on still water. One wrong step here, you won't trip a wire. You'll ruin the sand. And someone is probably watching it. You move forward like a heron stalking a fish, deliberate, breath held. Each footstep is placed only in the depressions already left by past steps. You aren't the first intruder, apparently. You hope you're not the last. Halfway across the garden, something moves behind the stone lantern. A head. You freeze. It's a monk, or looks like one. Simple robes, a shaved head, eyes closed. But even from here, you can tell he's not meditating. He's listening. That's the trap. He's not guarding the garden with weapons. He's guarding it with his ears. Some temples historically trained monks to be masters of silent surveillance, stationed in gardens, libraries, and inner sanctums. Their job was not to fight, but to listen. Every creak, every whisper, every out-of-place footfall. One breath too loud, and they'd sound the alarm. And this one, he shifts slightly, opens one eye, looks directly at you, but doesn't react, doesn't move. He simply closes his eye again, returning to his false meditation. A warning. I heard you. Don't push it. You bow slightly, not sure if he'll even see it, and continue your path across the sand with even more care. The rake lines are almost hypnotic. You step between them like crossing a spiritual minefield. You're sweating, not from heat, from precision. You reach the bridge. The planks are old, narrow, and someone has etched tiny kanji into the railing. You lean in. They say, "This bridge was not made for weightless feet." Charming. You step onto the first plank. It creaks. You stop. Wait. Nothing stirs. Second step. No sound. Third. A faint shift of wind. You look to your right. The monk is gone. Not moved. Gone. You swallow hard and pick up your pace, crossing the bridge and entering a patch of forest that stretches behind the garden. This isn't landscaped anymore. It's natural. Wild. You're in the back quarter now, the forgotten side of the castle. Servants used it for deliveries. Some lords used it for exile. A place to put things too dangerous or sacred for the inner halls. And ahead? A shed. Simple, wooden, vined over with ivy. A place where nothing important should be. Which is why you're almost certain that's where the next door is. You push it open, and inside, it's not a shed. It's a stairwell, leading down. Again, because of course it does. Section 17. You stand at the top of the stairwell and immediately feel it. Air moving upward. Not wind, breath. As if something below exhales slowly, continuously, like a dragon napping beneath the floorboards. You stare down the wooden steps. They're narrow, steep, and far too clean for a place pretending to be a shed. You touch the railing, and it's warm, smooth, not dusty or rough. No cobwebs. Someone maintains this. That's always a bad sign. You descend slowly. Each footfall lands soft on planks that should creak, but don't. You glance up one last time before the daylight disappears behind you. Then the door swings shut on its own, gently. Of course. You sigh and continue downward. The stairs twist, curve, then flatten. The tunnel levels out into a long hallway, dim, with walls made of packed earth reinforced by timber beams. You walk forward, heart sinking to your steps. Each one brings a little more pressure to your chest, a little more weight in your lungs. Then you see it, the ceiling. It's low, just high enough to walk without ducking, latticed with thick beams that groan softly, even though there's no movement. But that's not what stops you. It's the things hanging from them. Tiny bells, not decorative, not festive. Each one is tied with an old thread, some red, some black, some sun-bleached white. They sway gently, though no wind stirs here. They're spaced evenly above the corridor. Your path goes directly underneath. You glance down. The floor here is irregular, soft, packed earth, but interrupted by narrow stones, almost like pressure plates. You don't need a manual to understand the equation. One wrong step, one tiny tremble of the floor, and the bells will ring. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Feudal Japanese castles often included alarm systems that didn't rely on servants or guards. Pressure-sensitive floors, cords, or even hanging objects would be triggered by shifts in airflow, vibration, or weight. Not every castle had high-tech traps. Some used wind chimes and bells. Simple, elegant, devastatingly effective. You inhale slowly and begin forward, toe to heel, each step placed like a whisper. The first few meters are fine, but then the floor dips, slightly, and a bell tinkles, just once. Your breath stops. No footsteps, no alarms, just that one ping of ancient metal vibrating in the air like it's searching for ears. You wait. 10 seconds. 20. Nothing happens. You keep going. Step, step. Avoid the stones. Don't breathe too hard. You begin counting the bells above you. There are 37. Of course there are. Halfway through the corridor, something catches your eye. A painted board embedded in the wall. A message in calligraphy. You lean slightly and squint in the low light. It says, "The ceiling holds more than sound." You look up, and that's when you see them. Not just bells, spears, thin slits between the beams, narrow, but just wide enough for something sharp to slip through. Waiting, watching, hidden in the shadows. Some may be dummies, others not. So this isn't just a noise trap. It's a test of balance. One bell rings, and spears might drop. Or they might not. The only way to know is to fail. Your knees ache, your eyes water, but you press forward. You don't know how long it takes. 10 minutes? 20? Every step stretches time like taffy. Until finally, stone. You step onto flat stone at the corridor's end. No bells ring. No spears fall. You're safe. You allow yourself to exhale and immediately regret it, because the next chamber opens up without warning. It's circular, low, no doors, no exits. The walls are smooth stone, natural, almost like a cave. And in the center, a pedestal. And on it, a lantern, unlit. You approach. It's carved of wood and iron, with a wide base and an elegant, curved top. There's a panel on its side, etched with the tiny kanji, faded by time. You read, "To light the truth is to welcome the false." Classic. You glance around. Still no doors, no ladders, no signs of life. Just you, a lantern, and your increasingly limited patience. You lift the top gently. Inside, dry paper wick, a tiny nub of incense, prepped, waiting. You fish the flint striker from your pouch. Yes, the one you stuffed in there back during your brief stint as castle ninja. A few scrapes, a spark. The lantern catches, and the room shifts. Not shakes, shifts. The air warps. The stone bends. The ceiling becomes sky, or seems to. And you feel gravity do something illegal. You stumble, catch yourself. And now, you're no longer in a stone room. You're in a chamber of shadows. Dozens of screens surround you, hanging in midair. Each one glows faintly, like paper soaked in starlight, and on each screen, a door. Wooden, iron, gold, some sliding, some barred, some ancient, some modern. It's a test. Choose the wrong one and... what? Start over? Fall forever? Join the servant on the other side of the mirror? You reach for the closest screen. It flickers. Then a voice behind you says, "Not that one." You turn slowly, and there he is. Again, the servant. No sword, no lantern, just a single cup of tea in his hand. "I told you," he says, sipping. "The truth is never quiet." Section 18. You blink at him. The servant lowers his cup of tea, watching you with that same maddening calm, like he's hosting a dinner party for ghosts, and you're the only one who forgot to RSVP. You glance back at the floating screens. Dozens of doors, all glowing, all silent. "You said," you repeat, voice cracking a little, "that the truth is never quiet." He nods, almost amused. And yet you still tried to light a lantern in a room built of silence. You look at the screen you nearly touched. The door painted on it begins to fade, like steam on glass, vanishing. You ask the only reasonable question left in your mind. What happens if I pick the wrong door? He tilts his head. It's not about choosing the right one. A pause. It's about choosing the one that chooses you back. Helpful. He turns away, begins to walk through the floating doors, like they're not even there. His robes don't brush them. His steps don't echo. You follow. Because of course you do. As you move, the doors around you begin to shift, rotate. Some shrink. Others swell. One door spins until it reveals not wood or metal, but paper. A sliding shoji door, ink brushed with bamboo. And on the panel, your name. You don't remember telling anyone your name. You step toward it. And suddenly, everything rearranges. The screens snap into position, grid-like. The bamboo door screen slides backward, vanishing into shadow. A new one takes its place. This one shows a hallway, but not just any hallway. That hallway, the one you passed earlier in the castle, the one with the constantly rearranging doors, the one where rooms folded into rooms and nothing made sense, and you feel it before you see it. A soft breeze. Your fingers tingle. This door is pulling you in. You touch the screen, and the world bends around you like a page turning in a book. You land, upright this time, in a hallway. The same one from the screen. Only now, it's alive. The walls shift as you breathe. The floor tiles adjust behind your feet. Ahead, a row of sliding doors flickers into place, each one painted with scenes that feel vaguely familiar. You step toward the first. It slides open on its own. Inside, a room you've never seen. A scroll painting lies half-finished. An ink brush floats in the air for a second before dropping. The ink hasn't dried. Someone was just here. The door closes. The next door opens. A room with a sleeping mat, still warm. A cup of tea, half sipped. A window open to moonlight that shouldn't exist here. It closes. Third door. A room filled with armor, stacked, polished, facing inward, like soldiers in silent conversation. One turns its helmet, just enough to notice you. The door closes before you can decide what that meant. You understand now. This isn't a corridor. It's a memory, or a dozen of them, folded into one space. And you're not walking through it. It's walking you through itself. Here's your historical fact. Some castles, particularly those of powerful daimyo during the late Sengoku period, were said to contain entire memory chambers. Not official ones, not in the blueprints or family records. These were hidden places layered with symbolism, ancestral portraits, incense, and artifacts arranged in a way to preserve key memories, decisions, or warnings. Think of it as a living diary of a lord's life, meant to be walked, not read. Your fringe tidbit? Some believed these rooms could only be entered in dreams, that they rearranged themselves for the person walking through them, depending on what lesson they needed to learn. Historians still argue whether these rooms ever existed physically, or if they were just symbolic rituals for sleep-deprived strategists. Right now, you are very much awake. You continue forward. More doors. One shows you climbing a wall. Another shows you ducking behind a beam. One shows you curled in a corner, asleep, while something huge moves past in shadow. You do not remember any of these things. You come to a final door, larger than the rest. It's painted all black, except for a single image in the center. A heron with its wings spread. You reach for it. It opens. Inside, a long room, empty, quiet. A single mat sits in the center. And on that mat, you, seated, still, calm, wearing a robe you've never worn, eyes open, watching. You step into the room, and the other you speaks. You've been rearranged. That's not what you expected. You approach slowly. Your other self doesn't move, just continues. Each door took something from you, replaced it, refolded your thoughts like paper. You've left behind more than you realize. You ask, "So, what am I now?" Other you smiles. Exactly who the castle needs. You blink. The walls slide apart. Now you're in a new space. Round, circular walls, no ceiling. And above you, a spiral of paper, floating scrolls, each one blank, each one spinning slowly in the air above you, like a mobile made by spirits. A low sound begins to build, the sound of ink, of brush strokes. You look down. Your feet have left no shadow. The lights go out, and from somewhere deep within the new dark, the servant's voice returns. Welcome to the room that rearranges you. Section 19. You don't speak, because there's something sacred about this space. This strange, floating spiral of scrolls in the darkness. You're not in a room anymore. You're in the windshield of a memory, or maybe a thought. The line between places and feelings dissolved about 5 trapdoors ago. The spiral above you turns slowly, impossibly suspended in air. Scrolls twist lazily, like fish in a current you can't feel. Blank, all of them. But you know, they're not empty. Not really. You step forward. Your foot doesn't land on wood or stone. It lands on calligraphy, a floor made of pale parchment, brush strokes sliding beneath your steps like ripples. Every word vanishes as soon as you step over it. You're erasing something, or someone. The servant's voice hums again from somewhere overhead. Not angry, not mocking. Do you feel lighter now? You don't respond, but you do feel it. Something has shifted inside you. You've passed too many doors, been reflected in too many ways. The version of you that stood outside the castle, confident and over-prepared, is gone, rewritten. The floor pulses beneath you like a heartbeat. A new scroll drifts down from above, spiraling slowly into your hand, without touch. Your fingers close around it like they were always meant to. You open it. Inside, a single phrase. The walls remember what the swords forget. Okay, so that's either deep poetry or a very fancy way of saying you've walked into a trap again. You glance around. The paper beneath your feet begins to lift, fold, curl. The ground is rearranging itself, not falling apart, transforming. The pages curl up around you like petals folding in reverse. The spiral tightens. Your body is drawn upward, not flying, not floating, more like being lifted by consent, as if the castle is tired of watching you climb and has decided to carry you now. A new platform forms, a round stage of hardened parchment. A pillar in the center rises from the scrolls. On it rests a tray, and on the tray, a tea set. Again? This one is different. No steam, no warmth. The cup is already poured. Still, you approach and sit, because this isn't a test anymore. It's a conversation. You sip the tea. It's cold, bitter, tastes like iron and ash, but you don't flinch. From behind the pillar, a figure rises. The servant, or perhaps the version of him that only lives here. in this rearranged realm, this memory cocoon of paper and ink. He no longer wears a servant's robes. Now he wears armor, not ornate, not ceremonial, simple, practical, the kind worn by castle guards who knew they were unlikely to be remembered. He speaks. You walked in like a thief. You nod. But you stayed like a witness. You nod again. And now, he says, you will leave like a scroll. That part you don't understand. Not yet. He gestures to the scroll in your hand. That phrase you read, it is the last thing he wrote. Who? You ask. He kneels, places both hands on the tray. The one this castle still protects. And you realize, this entire journey hasn't been about escaping. It's been about witnessing, preserving something no book can hold. You are not a threat. You are not a prisoner. You're a record. Here's your mainstream fact. In feudal Japan, certain castle scribes were trained not just to transcribe events, but to carry them. As oral historians, as poetic messengers, as walking memory keepers. They were sometimes escorted into death alongside their lords, their duty unfinished if a single memory went unspoken. But some were sent away, not to live, but to remember. You now understand which one you are. The servant rises. So do you. The scroll in your hand tightens, no longer blank. You look down, and now the paper is filled. Your steps, your rooms, the paintings, the heron, the servant's blade, the dog's breath, the monk's silent eye. It's all there. Somehow, he gestures to the far edge of the platform. There's a door now. Small, wooden, plain, but real. The servant bows. So do you. And you walk to the door. Your fingers grip the handle. But before you step through, you glance back one more time. The scrolls spiral above you, slow and infinite. And among them now, your scroll, flickering upward, joining the memory. You open the door, and light floods in. Section 20. The light pours in like warm silk, golden and weightless. For a second, you forget your legs are tired, your thoughts scrambled, your nerves frayed like an old fan's ribs. You step through the door and into what feels like late afternoon, the golden hour, the kind of sunlight that painters chase and cats claim like property. But you're not outside. Not quite. You're in a courtyard, or something like one, except this space isn't part of the normal castle layout. It's quiet, still, airless, like the world pressed pause here centuries ago and forgot to unpause it. To your left, a row of trees, perfectly trimmed, not cherry, not pine, persimmon, heavy with ripe fruit, though no fruit ever falls. Their orange orbs glisten with a waxy sheen, like someone polished them by hand. To your right, a shallow pool, no ripples, no fish, just water so clear it reflects the sky as it might have looked before the castle was even built. You walk forward, your feet landing on smooth stones arranged like a path, but with no destination. Then you see them. Cats. Not one, not two. Dozens. Sunbathing. Watching. perched on rooftops, curled beneath trees, draped lazily across the wooden railings of nearby buildings. Some glance up at you, flicking their tails once. Others remain still, blinking slowly, with that deep, unnerving confidence that only cats and old monks seem to possess. One hops down and lands gracefully beside you. Its bell jingles, a soft chime, identical to the one you heard earlier. It walks ahead of you, tail high. You follow. Of course you do. Here's your historical fact. Cats were revered in many Japanese households, not just for catching mice, but as guardians of fortune and spirit. In Edo period castles, cats were not uncommon. They were often given free rein of the halls, and even fed better than some low-ranking retainers. Some lords believed their cats could detect danger, earthquakes, poison, treachery. Others simply admired their impossible balance between arrogance and serenity. But there's a deeper layer. Your fringe tidbit? Some texts, rare ones written in margins or footnotes, speak of spy cats, raised among the castle walls, trained not by commands, but through routine, habit, and silence. They knew which doors opened at night, which guards napped too hard, which courtyards echoed more than they should. Their bells weren't for noise. They were signals. Historians still argue whether this was lore or a polite excuse for why so many cats roamed freely in highly secure castles. You're not arguing. You're experiencing it. The bell cat leads you to a small courtyard structure. Less a building, more a sitting room. Open walls, tatami floor, a low table in the center. There's a scroll on the table, and a single cup of tea. Again. You hesitate. "Sit," says a voice behind you. You turn. And of course, it's the servant. This time, not ghostly, not armored, just a man in simple robes. His eyes are soft, tired. He walks around you and kneels at the table. "You've been seen," he says, echoing the phrase from before. "Now you must see." You sit. He pushes the scroll toward you. You open it, but there are no words, just an image, a painted scene of the courtyard you just walked through. But in the painting, the cats are gone. The pool is drained. The trees are blackened husks. The sky is cracked. Not stormy. Cracked. Like porcelain hit with a hammer. And in the center of the scene, you, kneeling at the table, holding the scroll. You glance up, heart racing. The servant sips his tea, unbothered. You look again. Now the scroll shows the moment you just lived. The glance, the confusion, and now your current gaze, staring back at the scroll. It's painting you in real time. You let go. You have to. The scroll remains open, but the image fades back to white. "Every moment you live here," the servant says, "the castle records, not in stone, not in song, in shadow." You shake your head. "What is this place?" He shrugs. "A memory palace, a prison, a lesson, a game. It depends on who enters." "And what am I?" you ask. He smiles, tired and small. "A mirror." You don't understand. You're not sure you're supposed to. He finishes his tea and places the cup gently on the table. It doesn't clink. Of course it doesn't. The sound here is measured. "You're nearly there," he says. "Only a few rooms remain." "How many?" you ask. His smile widens. That depends on how many versions of you are left. Wow, that's unsettling. He stands and steps out of the pavilion. The cats part for him. You sit there for a moment longer. The tea, untouched, begins to cool. The scroll curls slightly in the warm breeze, its image now blank again. You rise and walk out into the courtyard. The bell cat falls in beside you, like you've passed some test you weren't told about. You exit through a wooden arch and find yourself in a long hall of windows. Glass on both sides, clear and unfiltered. Outside, one row, the castle gardens. Beautiful, calm, the version people are meant to see. On the other side, you. Again, dozens of you, reflected in the glass. But each reflection is slightly different. One wears armor, one carries scrolls, one limps, one has no eyes. Each of them walks beside you. Each of them turns to stare. The hallway narrows. The windows darken. Only one reflection remains. Just you. And you hear the whisper again, curling like smoke through the glass. Now, you may knock. You reach the end of the hall. There's a door. Simple. Old. No handle. Just a ring for knocking. You lift your hand and knock 3 times. The sound echoes through the castle, and something behind the door knocks back. Section 21. You don't move. You can't. Because the knock that answered yours wasn't human. It wasn't loud or sharp. It wasn't even firm. It was deliberate. 3 taps, mimicking yours exactly. And then, nothing. No creak of hinges. No whisper of movement behind the door. Just the silence of a place too old to care about linear time. You stare at the ring handle. It doesn't shimmer or glow or do anything helpful. It just waits, like it always knew you'd come knocking, and doesn't feel the need to be impressed about it. So you do what anyone trapped in a supernatural samurai castle would do. You knock again, 3 more times. This time, a pause, and then the sound of wood shifting. Not opening, sliding. The door doesn't swing out. It withdraws, like something pulling back a curtain of wood and shadow. And what it reveals isn't a room. It's a threshold, a narrow bridge, no railings, just a thin plank of aged wood stretching across a yawning void. And across that plank, barely visible in the gloom, is another doorway, glowing faintly like candlelight behind rice paper. You take 1 step forward, and your foot touches the bridge. No creak, no sway. You look down, and immediately regret it. There's nothing below. Not darkness, not rock, nothing. Just absence. You've seen a lot of terrifying things tonight. Hidden swords, hallucinating scrolls, smug, ghostly butlers. But this is stillness. Not peace, not calm. Stillness like a waiting mouth. You keep walking, 1 foot in front of the other, centered, measured. The wood beneath you doesn't flex, but you still feel like it could evaporate if you dared to doubt it. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Some elite samurai castles included sky bridges, long, narrow corridors connecting distant wings over open courtyards or sheer drops. They weren't just architectural flourishes. These bridges tested the balance nerve and humility of those who crossed them. Servants carried tea across them daily. Warriors crossed them on their way to judgment. But this bridge, this isn't above a garden. This is between selves, because with each step, your thoughts feel quieter, not dull, not sleepy, just stripped. Like the castle is walking beside you, brushing away the noise, the masks, the posturing. You glance behind. The hallway is gone. No door, no bellcat, no windows. Only the bridge, only forward. You reach the center of the span, and it tilts, just slightly, enough to send a jolt through your gut, enough to make you wonder, is this about trust, or is it about letting go? You drop into a crouch, not from fear, from instinct. Something's coming. The air shifts, and suddenly, rain. Not around you, beneath. Thousands of droplets rising from the void below, floating up past you, like reverse gravity decided to have a poetic moment. Each droplet carries an image inside it, a face, a flash of memory, a glimpse of a place you don't know, and maybe never visited. You blink, and one passes right through your chest. No pain, just warmth. For a second, you remember a name, a real one. Yours, maybe, or someone else's. Then it's gone. The rain fades, and the bridge becomes solid again. You're close now. The end glows brighter. You take the last few steps and reach the door. This one has no handle, no ring, only a name carved into the wood. Not your name, but you recognize it. You don't know how. You raise your hand. The door doesn't open. It disappears, and you walk into the hall of silence. It's massive, circular, high-ceilinged, like a cathedral, designed by someone who loved both acoustics and mind games. Tatami mats stretch in concentric circles. Paper lanterns float without string or post. And in the center, a suit of armor, tall, ornate, unworn. Black lacquered plates, gold trim, the family crest of a long-dead lord emblazoned on the chest. A heron, mid-flight, sword clenched in its talons. You take a step toward it, and every lantern in the room dims. The silence becomes weight. Not just absence of sound, but presence of silence. And then, the armor moves. Just a twitch, a shoulder. You freeze. Another twitch, a head tilt. Then, slowly, the armor rises, like a marionette jerked up by invisible threads. No feet inside, no body. Just plates, and air, and presence. It faces you, and bows. Just once. That's worse than if it charged. It straightens, and draws its sword. The blade is long, thin, impossibly clean. You don't have a weapon. Not this time, because this isn't a fight. This is a reckoning. Here's your fringe tidbit. Some samurai believed their armor retained parts of their spirit long after death. That the suit itself, once worn in enough battles, became a kind of shrine, half holy, half haunted. There are stories of ghost armor moving on its own, Not often, not violently, just enough to remind you it remembers everything the warrior ever felt. Historians still argue whether that was superstition or a coping mechanism for war-weary minds. But you're in the same room as one, and it just bowed to you. The blade raises. It steps forward. And for the first time in this castle, you don't flinch, because this time, you bow back. Section 22. The moment your body folds into that bow, deep, deliberate, respectful, the air in the hall of silence shifts. You don't hear it. You feel it. Like static exhaling from stone. Like tension bleeding off ancient wood that's been holding its breath for generations. The armor doesn't lower its sword, but it also doesn't strike. Instead, it lifts the blade, not in threat, but in salute. A warrior's nod, recognition, not challenge. You straighten from your bow slowly, spine tingling, half expecting the thing to lunge anyway. But it holds position, sword gleaming faintly in the hovering lantern light. Then it turns and walks past you. Its armored steps make no sound. None. And that somehow feels more violent than if it had screamed. You glance back as it disappears into a narrow alcove you hadn't noticed before. Within seconds, it's gone. Just another piece of the castle again. Still, waiting. Like all the other guardians here, you exhale. It comes out shaky. And then you see something beneath where the armor once stood. A circle of paper. Thin, delicate, exactly your size. Pressed into the tatami like a ghost's footprint. You step onto it, and the room reacts. The paper beneath your feet sinks, but not like a trapdoor. It dissolves. Dissolving sound, space, even time for a moment. And suddenly, you're falling, but not down, inward, like a scroll being rolled tight. You fall through ink, through layers of words you don't understand, through brush strokes and margins and corrections and names. So many names. You brace for impact, for another ghost, for some final riddle wrapped in a rice cracker. But what greets you instead is light, gentle, soft. You land, knees bending slightly on smooth, clean wood. No spikes, no riddles, just a quiet room. And in it, a table with a single object, a wooden box. No carvings, no lock, just simple lacquered cedar, its top slightly ajar. You approach carefully, lift the lid. Inside, a folded robe, and resting on top of it, a mask, a no-style face, carved smooth and serene. No anger, no trickery, just a neutral smile, elegant and unknowable. You reach for it, and the moment your fingers touch the mask, you remember. Not everything, not names or years, but feelings, moments. The monk's eye, the bell cat, the silent armor, the reflections that didn't match, the doors that opened inward, the heron in the scroll. You weren't just walking through a castle. You were being introduced to yourself. Here's your historical fact. In no theater, masks aren't worn to hide. They're worn to reveal. Each one isn't a disguise, but a window. The actor pours emotion into stillness, allowing the audience to project meaning. The smallest tilt can convey grief or joy or rage. It's not about expression. It's about interpretation. And this mask, it's yours now. Your fringe tidbit. Some remote temples trained warrior monks to use masks in combat, not just to hide identity, but to invoke spirit possession. The idea was that when the warrior masked their face, their soul became a conduit. They were no longer themselves. They were the will of the mountain, or the river, or the ancestors. Historians still argue if this was religious devotion or psychological warfare. You're starting to believe it was both. You lift the mask and slide it into place. It fits like memory. The robe beneath it is lightweight, gray, simple. You drape it over your shoulders. You catch your reflection in a lacquered tray nearby. It's not you anymore. Not quite. Not the same one who stumbled through the gate, dodging arrows and dogs and doors. You look like someone who belongs. Like a guardian. A witness. Maybe even a ghost. Behind you, the wall opens. Not a door. Just the wood, separating like water. Beyond it, a long hallway, lit by candles, placed in niches, each one growing dimmer the farther they stretch. You step into the corridor, and the floor welcomes your weight without protest. As you walk, the candles behind you flicker out, one by one. The corridor leads to a chamber, circular again, but smaller. No lanterns this time, just mirrors. Dozens, framed in black, polished to perfection. No dust, no fingerprints. You step in, expecting the reflections to move. They don't, but they aren't identical either. One shows you as you are now. Another shows the you that bowed to the armor. One shows the version of you that froze at the sight of the mirrored servant. One shows you as a child, though you don't know why. Each one is you, and not you, all at once. And in the center of the room, a heron feather, white, untouched. You reach down and lift it. It disintegrates, not from decay, from completion. The mirrors fade. The walls vanish. And now you are standing on the highest roof of the castle, alone. The sky is clear. The stars are out. And you realize you've reached the final tier. Section 23. The wind on the rooftop is gentler than you expect. It should whip, howl, test your balance, should threaten to shove you off the edge just to see how you react. But it doesn't. It welcomes you. Soft breeze, scented with cedar smoke, and something faintly floral, like plum blossoms, even though you haven't seen a tree in bloom since this whole haunted architectural fever dream began. You stand at the highest point of the samurai castle now. And no, this isn't a place tourists ever reach. Not in real life. Not even in most ghost stories. You turn slowly. The view is surreal. The rest of the castle spirals below you, impossibly wide, impossibly tall, like it expanded behind your back while you weren't looking. Towers nestle inside towers. Walkways branch off into midair. And there, at the center of it all, is the courtyard you first stepped into. Only now, from this height, it looks like a sigil, a symbol burned into the earth by architects with a spiritual grudge and way too much time. The entire structure is shaped like a heron in flight, Of course it is. Every hallway you crept through, every staircase, every door that didn't make sense, they were feathers. You've spent hours, or days, or lifetimes, it's unclear, wandering through a bird's blueprint. And now you're standing on its head. A voice beside you says, "It sees you." You don't jump, because by now, surprise is boring. It's the servant, again. Though at this point, calling him that feels wrong. He's dressed not in robes or armor, but something older, something ceremonial. Long sleeves, pale fabric, a sash marked with ink. He stands at the edge of the roof, staring out over the horizon, hands folded, as if waiting for the world to end politely. You walk to his side. Below, the castle is glowing, not with magic, with memory. Lanterns flicker on in places you thought abandoned. Doors open and close to no one. Water flows where you never saw a stream. The whole structure exhales as one, like a living creature stretching in the moonlight. The castle is at rest, he says. You nod slowly. Because I finished the path? He smiles, faint and proud. Because you stopped running. That lands harder than you expect. He gestures upward. You've reached the last test. You squint at the sky. There's nothing up there but stars and a crescent moon bright enough to paint your shadow in silver. Until you notice a faint line drawn across the sky. A shimmer, like heat on pavement. Then a shape. A door, floating in the air above the castle, suspended by nothing, made of what looks like lacquered wood and moonlight. No hinges, no frame, just a rectangular boundary of possibility. How do I reach it? You ask. The servant steps aside. Same way you entered. You blink. By falling? He tilts his head. By stepping where you shouldn't. Of course. You look down at the tiles beneath your feet. Then you glance over the edge. Straight down. Nothing below, but wind and the deep hum of a structure that's seen too much. You consider. Here's your mainstream historical fact. High towers in castles were often symbolic, not functional. They represented perspective, the ability to see far and act accordingly. Lords climbed them to contemplate war. Poets climbed them to contemplate mortality. One famous daimyo, after losing a battle, climbed his tower and composed a death poem, then climbed back down and fought again the next day. Perspective doesn't always require surrender. Sometimes it just needs altitude. Your fringe tidbit? There's a persistent theory that some castle towers weren't designed to face outward toward the world, but inward toward the self. Their shapes, their angles, their shadows, all arranged for spiritual introspection. Historians still argue if this is just architectural romanticism or actual coded design. But you're standing in one now, and it's not subtle. You walk to the very edge. The wind lifts the hem of your robe. You inhale, hold, step out, and fall. But not down. You rise, effortlessly, like the air has decided it's tired of gravity's nonsense and would rather give you a lift. The roof vanishes beneath you. The castle spreads away in all directions. And that floating door in the sky grows closer, larger, realer. You reach it, and now you can see It's open. It has no room behind it, no wall, just a field of stars. A cosmos stretched in every direction, but not wild or infinite. Welcoming. Like returning home after forgetting what home felt like. You hesitate, not because you're afraid, but because you understand something now. You turn back, and the servant, still standing on the roof below, raises his hand. A wave, not goodbye, just acknowledgement. You nod, turn back to the door, step through, and everything shifts again. Not into darkness, not into memory, but into stillness. True stillness. The kind you've earned. Section 24. You open your eyes, but you're not sure you ever closed them. There's no more door, no more castle, no more falling or floating or being stalked by decoratively malicious architecture. You're standing in a room. Wooden walls, tatami mat floor, clean, spare, familiar in that ancient, timeless way that only truly old spaces can be. The air is warm, smells faintly of cedar smoke and something sweeter, like old ink. You don't recognize this place, but it recognizes you. You walk forward. Your robe brushes the floor, no longer ceremonial, just comfortable. The mask? Gone. Or perhaps absorbed. Either way, you're no longer wearing it. It's part of you now. A low table waits at the center of the room. Not ominous, not symbolic, just there. You sit, like it's the natural thing to do. A small bell rests at your side, unrung. You don't touch it. Not yet. The door across from you slides open, and someone enters. You expect the servant. You expect the armor. You expect, maybe, yourself. But what you see is a woman in a pale green kimono, hair bound in an elegant knot, her face unreadable. She carries a tray. On the tray, a scroll and a teacup. She kneels, places the tray on the table. You bow slightly. So does she. The moment hangs in the air, like a question. Then she speaks. You've come far. Her voice is calm, older than it sounds, and wrapped in that formal warmth only practiced hosts can carry. You nod. Farther than I meant to. Good, she says. That's the only kind of distance that matters. She pours the tea. Steam rises gently between you. She picks up the scroll and unfurls it between you both. You recognize your own handwriting, but you never wrote it. The ink is fresh. The words are yours. They describe rooms you walked, feelings you buried, doors you opened by mistake. It's your story, not a legend, not a retelling, a record. And somehow, it's already been added to the archive. Here's your historical fact. In some samurai households, especially during the Edo period, it was common to keep secret journals of major events. Not for public record, not for propaganda, but as emotional artifacts, documents to be read only by future heirs or buried in shrines. A warrior's fears, a servant's observations, a child's dream before their first training. These scrolls were called kakure nikki, hidden diaries. They rarely survived, but some were copied, some were passed like whispers, some made it here. Your fringe tidbit? There's a theory that certain castles acted as repositories of soul writing, places where memories weren't just recorded, but stored. Not physically, but psychically. If you walked the right path, triggered the right symbols, passed the right doors, the castle would show you your own forgotten past. Historians argue whether this is mysticism, metaphor, or architectural fan fiction. But you're drinking tea in a room you never entered and reading words you never wrote. You sip. The woman watches. She asks, "What did you leave behind?" You think for a moment, then answer, "My map." She smiles gently. Good. That's the only way forward. She folds the scroll and places it back on the tray. Will I remember this? You ask. Her answer is quiet. Only what you're meant to. She rises, bows, and leaves through the same door, vanishing like smoke in sunlight. You sit with the tea a little longer, not thinking, just being. And then you ring the bell. Soft. It barely makes a sound. But that sound rolls outward like a ripple in glass. And the room responds. The walls breathe in. The floor unfolds. Not violently, beautifully. As if everything here was always made of paper. And now that paper is letting itself be read. Your mat becomes a bridge. The table becomes a gate. You stand, scroll in hand, and walk through. Now, you're in a library. Endless, ceilingless. Scrolls stacked in spirals. Towers of parchment that lean but never fall. Candles float in slow loops like fireflies with a sense of duty. And walking among them are others. Some wear masks, some wear robes, some wear nothing ceremonial at all. Just travelers, wanderers, versions of you. They nod as you pass, not like strangers, like colleagues, keepers. You find a space among the shelves, an empty niche, just your size. You place your scroll inside, and it stays, firm, anchored, home. The castle accepts it. You turn, and a door opens on its own. Because of course it does. Section 25. The door opens like a breath taken in. No grand fanfare, no eerie hum, just the gentle creak of ancient wood parting with the casual dignity of something that's seen centuries come and go, and is honestly kind of over it. Beyond the door, a corridor lined with shoes, sandals, waraji, geta of all sizes and conditions. Some polished, some cracked and faded, all left here, carefully aligned along the wall, as if their owners had just stepped inside for tea and forgot to come back. You pause, because your own sandals, the ones you wore at the start, are there too. Dusty, beaten up, familiar. You don't remember removing them, but the castle remembers everything. You step past them barefoot, the floor warm beneath your soles. And ahead, a garden. Not wild, not decorative. A real meditative garden, the kind arranged not for show, but for contemplation. Every stone is placed with purpose. Every patch of moss is like a word in a language only the patient can speak. The path weaves through the raked gravel in slow, irregular turns, meant to interrupt your thoughts, to keep you from walking too fast. So you don't. You slow. You let your breath match the pace of the wind, rustling the bamboo in the corner. You notice things again. The scrape of gravel beneath your heels, the glint of water on a koi's back, the faint smell of pine needles, old rain, and ink that never dried. You are arriving somewhere, even though you've been moving the whole time. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Zen gardens, kare-sansui, were often installed in the inner courtyards of castles, not for the enjoyment of lords, but for the warriors and monks who served them. These dry landscapes were tools for mental clarity. You were meant to walk them slowly, raking lines through the gravel with your eyes or your feet, allowing thought to loosen its grip. Some castles even used them for strategic thinking before major battles. Your fringe tidbit? Some garden layouts were secretly maps, representations of spiritual realms, old provinces, or even tactical blueprints. Historians still argue whether a few of Japan's most famous gardens were designed to convey war strategy or poetic riddles, like you could read a battle plan in the sand, if only you walked it right. You follow the spiral path inward. It leads to a small island of stone in the center. There's a bench, and on it, a book, bound in rice paper, wrapped in a simple cloth. No title. You sit. The book opens without effort, but it contains no words, only images, not painted, remembered, scenes you recognize, not from history books, but from your own journey. The hallway of bells, the ink spiral room, the mirrored selves, the armor bowing, the cup of tea you didn't drink, every image rendered in soft brush strokes, like someone painted them from dreams. You flip to the last page. It's blank, but your fingers tingle. So you touch the page, and a new image begins to appear. One you've never seen. A gate, massive, wooden, a torii, but carved with feathers along its arch. Beyond it, a forest bathed in morning fog. And in front of the gate, you, wearing the robe, holding the scroll, looking forward, not back. You close the book, place it beside you on the bench, and breathe. Not because you're tired, because you can. The castle no longer holds you, not in the way it did before. Now it invites. You rise. Follow the path out of the garden. The gravel softens, becomes moss, then pine needles, then a narrow stone bridge. You walk across, and there it is, the gate from the book, the feather-carved torii. You look up at it, expecting more tricks. But this is no illusion, no test, no metaphor in disguise. It's just a gate. That's what makes it sacred. You step through, and on the other side, daylight, gentle, early. The kind of morning light that hasn't decided what kind of day it wants to be yet. Mist curls around the edges of the trees. A path winds into the forest. No signposts, no guards. Just space. Room to go wherever this strange new version of you needs to wander. You step onto the path. The gate behind you stays silent, doesn't close, because it doesn't need to. It knows you'll never walk back the same way. You walk forward, the scroll still warm beneath your arm. And above the trees, in the corner of your vision, a heron, real this time. It arcs across the morning sky in total silence. then vanishes into the clouds. Section 26. The forest doesn't announce itself. It just receives you. No trumpets, no ghosts, no illusions trying to teach you a poetic lesson through psychological origami. Just trees, tall ones, with trunks worn smooth by time and roots that rise like frozen waves, forcing your steps to twist and lift and pause. The canopy above filters sunlight into dapples, soft gold, not blinding. The kind of light that forgives. You don't know where the path leads, but that no longer bothers you. You're not here to conquer or escape. You're here to walk. For the first time in this whole castle journey, your shoulders feel loose, your jaw unclenched, your thoughts, usually churning like misfiring lantern oil, settle like ink in a still pond. The robe sways around your ankles. The scroll rests against your side. You walk until the trees thin, and you reach a clearing. In the center, a small, circular platform of polished stone, raised just a little above the mossy ground. At its center, a single wooden stand, like the kind used to hold a sword, or maybe a musical instrument. On it rests another mask. This one is different. It's not serene or blank. It isn't stylized or elegant. It's a warrior's mask, the kind used in old kabuto helmets. Fierce, grimacing, bronze lacquered to catch firelight, fangs bared, eyebrows furrowed with rage. You approach it slowly, not out of fear, out of recognition. This mask isn't for performance. It's for protection. Here's your historical fact. Samurai helmets often included facial armor pieces called mempo, stylized lower face plates that served to both intimidate opponents and protect the face in combat. Some had grotesque expressions, snarls, fangs, tusks. These weren't just for looks. They were psychological tactics. A calm mask said you weren't afraid. A fearsome one said you were the thing to fear. And the fringe detail? Some lords believed their mempo absorbed fragments of their emotions in battle. Rage, grief, resolve, and could be passed on to descendants or retainers, like spiritual batteries. A few of these masks were buried alone in their own shrines. Historians still argue whether this practice was common or a rare elite custom. You step onto the platform, and the mask shifts, just slightly, not from wind, from attention. It sees you. You reach out, and the mask, gently, almost imperceptibly, leans forward. It's not threatening. It's offering. You pick it up. The lacquer is cool against your palms, the fanged expression heavier than it looks. But you don't put it on. Not yet. Instead, you hold it before your face and look through the eye slits. Suddenly, the clearing is full. Dozens of warriors. Silent. Still. Lined around the edges of the grove. Not solid. Not ghosts. Imprints. Echoes of those who wore masks like this before. They don't move. They don't breathe. They just wait. One of them steps forward. He wears the same mask you hold now. He bows, not to intimidate, to acknowledge. Then he turns and points deeper into the forest. Not at a threat, at a destination. You lower the mask. The grove is empty again. But you know what you saw. You set the mask back on its stand. Not because you're leaving it, because you're letting it guard the place it belongs. You follow the direction the warrior pointed. The path narrows, turns rocky. You begin to climb. The mist thickens with altitude. Bird calls fade behind you. And then, steps, stone steps, narrow, worn smooth by centuries of footfall. You follow them. Each step feels heavier, not with fatigue, with intention. You're being carried somewhere again, not by force, but by ritual. The air grows cooler. The trees shift, shorter now, twisted into weathered shapes that speak of wind and silence. And then you reach the top, a small ridge, and on it, a shrine, unpainted, simple, quietly dignified, the wood bleached pale by sun and snow. A rope of woven straw hangs across the entrance, Shimenawa, a sign of sacred ground. There's no signpost, no plaque, no one telling you what this is or why you're here. But you know, this is the center of everything. Not geographically, spiritually, emotionally. The place the castle spiraled around without ever quite admitting it. You step forward. The door isn't locked. It's not even closed. It slides open at your touch. Inside, a single mat, a candle, a basin of water, and on the altar, a nameplate, black ink on wood. You can't read it, not because it's smudged or in another language, because it isn't meant to be read, not aloud, not by strangers. This is not a tomb. This is a memory post, something between a shrine and a diary. You kneel, and for the first time tonight, you bow all the way, forehead to mat. No thinking, no interpreting, just offering. You stay there until the candle flutters. When you rise, the air is still. You're still. The scroll at your side glows faintly, like it's satisfied. Section 27. You leave the shrine the way you entered, silent, steady, bowing once more as you slip through the doorway and back into the pale morning light. The wind greets you again, this time cooler, more awake. It carries the smell of damp wood and distant incense, though there's no smoke in sight, only trees, stones, the path behind you already beginning to blur, like memory softening around the edges. You descend the ridge slowly. Your steps land lighter than before. Something about that candlelit moment in the shrine peeled something away, left you feeling unburdened, like you left a part of yourself behind that wasn't meant to be carried forever. And what now clings to your ribs, gentle and invisible, is something new, or maybe old, returned. You don't know what to call it yet, but you trust it. The forest returns to its wide hush as you walk. The trees stretch farther apart, letting in more sky. You pass a brook so clear it looks like it's made of thread. A heron feather drifts on the surface, caught in a swirl of current. You smile at that. The castle may be behind you, but it's not gone. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Many Japanese castles were built not just for defense, but to embody cosmic geometry. Their structures mirrored spiritual principles: balance, harmony, respect for elemental forces, mountains, rivers, wind paths. A castle was never just walls and watchtowers. It was a philosophy made wood and stone. Some scholars even believed walking through a castle's designed path, from outer moat to inner sanctum, was a ritual of purification. Not metaphorically, literally. By the time you reached the center, you were considered reborn in purpose. Fringe? Tidbit? There's a theory, quietly passed among a few obsessive historians, that certain castles weren't entirely earthly. That on certain nights, to certain people, they opened doors to mirror realms. Not time travel, not fantasy, just other versions of real memory. Like tuning to the right radio station and hearing the echoes of a place remembering itself. Historians still argue if this is myth or metaphor. But you're walking out of one right now. You pass a weathered torii gate, half swallowed by vines. It's tilted slightly, and yet the angle feels deliberate, like it's bowing. You return the gesture with a shallow nod, and then the path opens into another clearing, a circular space marked with low stone lanterns and wild grasses swaying in the breeze. In the center, a tree stump, clean cut, old but honored, its surface polished smooth by years of sun and rain and reverence. You sit on it without thinking, because it's meant for sitting. From here, you can see the full sweep of the forest falling away below. Beyond it, on a ridge farther off, you spot the faint silhouette of the castle. It looks different now. Not because it's changed, because you have. It's not a maze or a monster or a mystery anymore. It's a memory engine, a place built to reflect you so perfectly you didn't recognize yourself inside it. But now you do. You take the scroll from your side, and for the first time, you open it deliberately. Inside, the ink glows faintly, not with magic, but with truth. Your steps, your mistakes, your courage, your curiosity, your moments of silence, and your moments of fear. All recorded, not judged, just witnessed. You turn the scroll over. On the back, someone has written a phrase, not in calligraphy, just in plain, sure strokes. When you leave, take only the weight that teaches. You sit with that for a while, not because you're lost, but because you're full. You feel the breeze across your face. You hear a crow cry in the distance. A pine cone drops nearby. And you know, it's time. You rise, walk down the slope. The trees thin further. The sky opens. Ahead, you see something you haven't seen in what feels like years. A road. A real one. Dirt and gravel. Packed by wheels and boots. Ordinary. It stretches into the countryside, winding around hills and farms. And by its edge, a wooden sign. Not magical. Just a name, hand-carved and weather-worn. The village you passed on your way in. You've returned, but not the same. Your scroll is lighter now. Not because it's empty, because you've shared it. And the castle, its halls and herons and hallucinations, is behind you, but never apart from you. You step onto the road and begin to walk. The world feels bigger, but not in a scary way, in the way a room does after you've cleaned it. A new quiet, a new space to breathe, to wonder, to wander. And somewhere above, just for a moment, you swear you hear a distant bell. Faint, friendly, watching. Section 28. You keep walking, not with urgency, not even with purpose, just with that quiet momentum that builds when your mind isn't pulling you in two directions. The castle is behind you now, far enough that it no longer looms, but close enough that you still feel it in your spine, like a phantom weight that's somehow comforting. The road curves gently through soft hills. Bamboo forests rise and fall in rhythm. Dragonflies drift past. The light has shifted again. Late afternoon now, warm and gold, the kind of light that smooths wrinkles and forgives trespasses. You hear the sound of running water and follow it off the path toward a small stream fed by a rocky slope. It trickles lazily across mossy stones, as if it's in no hurry either. You crouch, cup your hands, and drink. The water is cold and crisp. No hallucinations this time, just water. You sit beside the stream for a while. Let your feet dangle in. Let the chill remind you. You're real. This is real. The journey wasn't just a dream or a weird museum exhibit curated by bored ghosts with a flair for symbolism. It happened, and it changed you. Here's your historical fact. Many samurai castles were deliberately built near natural water sources, streams, rivers, even underground springs, not just for utility, but for ritual. Water was used in purification ceremonies before battles, oaths, and deaths. Warriors would cleanse their hands and mouths before entering sacred halls. Entire castle sectors were oriented to mirror the flow of nearby rivers, aligning power with nature. And your fringe tidbit? There were whispered stories of sacred springs hidden beneath certain castles, wells that didn't just give water, but gave visions. Drink from them on a particular day, and you'd see your past lives, or your death, or what you left undone. Historians still argue whether that was superstition or the result of whatever strange fungi grew near those wells. But you drink from this stream and see nothing. And that's the miracle. You're not seeking now. You're being. The sound of the current calms your breath. Your robe dries in the sun. The scroll rests beside you on a flat rock, catching flecks of light like it's basking too. You lie back, look up through the trees. A squirrel chatters nearby, rustling in the branches. And you laugh, actually laugh, because after all of that, after haunted armor and hallways that judged your posture and cats who probably outranked you in every meaningful way, this is what you get. A breeze, a stream, a scroll with your truth, and a squirrel throwing twigs at you. This is not the ending you expected. It's better. You lie there longer than you should. Long enough for shadows to lengthen. Long enough for your heartbeat to fully forget what fear feels like. Eventually, you sit up, pick up your scroll, dust it off, and return to the road. The village appears just as the sun kisses the horizon. Low rooftops, paper lanterns beginning to glow, smoke rising from cooking fires. It smells like barley and fried onions and quiet lives. And as you walk into the first lane, something strange happens. No one reacts. No one gasps. No one whispers. no one points and says, "Hey, that's the person who snuck into the cursed castle and maybe became a minor spirit of ancestral introspection." They just nod, casual, as if they knew you'd return, or maybe as if you'd never left. You pass the small inn you stayed at before it all began. The wooden sign still creaks gently in the breeze. You don't go in. Not yet. You turn a corner instead and find yourself in the town square. Children chasing each other with paper fans. An old man feeding birds with unnerving precision. A pair of teens practicing shamisen in the shade. And there, sitting on the edge of the square fountain, tail curled around its paws, the bell cat. It sees you. You see it. Its eyes are the same, but its bell? Gone. Instead, it wears a single white feather tied around its neck. It blinks at you slowly, then hops down and trots off, tail held high, like it has better things to do. Or maybe it just knows its part in your story is done. You sit on the edge of the fountain. Let the sound of water mix with the sounds of evening. People around you begin lighting lanterns, hanging them from doorways, passing them to children. One floats past you, and you catch it. No one minds. You hold it up. The paper is painted with a heron. Of course it is. You laugh again. Quiet. A different laugh now. Lighter. You let the lantern go. It rises. Slowly. Deliberately. Like everything here. You lean back. Look up. And feel yourself, finally, arriving. Not at the end. At the beginning of something. Whatever it is, you're ready. Section 29. The village eases into night, like it's done it 1,000 times before. And honestly, it probably has. But tonight, it feels like it's doing it for you. Lanterns flicker along quiet lanes. Windows glow softly, like sleepy eyes, watching stories wind down. Somewhere, someone is singing. Not for performance, just a lullaby floating out from behind a shutter. You walk slowly now, not because you're tired, because you don't want to miss any of this. You pass a vendor packing up his stall of roasted chestnuts. He nods, offers you one without a word. You accept it. It's warm in your palm. You bite into it. It tastes real. You didn't realize how much of the castle tasted like memory and metaphor until now. You find your way to the footbridge at the edge of the village, the same one you crossed on your first approach, when you still thought this was going to be some casual folklore adventure. The stream below hums gently, the same stream that, if legend holds, runs beneath the castle, feeding its wells and secrets. You lean against the railing and look up. The castle is barely visible now, a silhouette on the dark ridge, lanterns blinking like distant stars, no longer looming, no longer testing you, just existing. You get the sense it always will. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Some castles were so entwined with their surrounding communities that villagers treated them almost like living relatives. Storms would be blamed on the castle being displeased. Good harvests were credited to its mood. People believed in a kind of symbiosis. Protect the castle, and it protects you. And here's your fringe tidbit. A few folktales speak of castles that chose their defenders. That if you wandered into one with an unworthy heart, The rooms would rearrange, the paths would fold, and you'd be lost forever. But if the castle accepted you, it revealed itself, not just in stone and staircases, but in meaning. Historians still debate whether these were metaphors, cautionary tales, or the world's most elaborate fire codes. You look at the scroll in your lap. It's sealed now, not with string, with finality, like it knows its story has been written. You could hide it in your pack, tuck it away like a secret, but something stops you. Instead, you turn to the bridge's edge and lift it toward the water, not to throw it in, to release it. You let it rest on the surface, and to your surprise, it floats, not like dry wood or paper refusing to sink, like it belongs there. The current catches it gently, carries it forward. It drifts beneath the bridge, into the shadows, toward the castle's base, returning maybe to the archives, or to be read by someone else who needs it. You don't know, but you're okay not knowing. The breeze picks up. You feel a soft pressure in your sleeve. You reach in and pull out a single heron feather, white, unmarked, warm as if it had been waiting. You turn it between your fingers, then tuck it behind your ear. Because yes, you're that person now, feather in the hair type. You cross the bridge again. Your steps feel lighter than air, like you've left gravity somewhere behind with all the tricks and doors and poetic intimidation. You reach the inn, slide the door open. The same innkeeper from before greets you, nods once, says nothing. But you notice something new in her expression, a glint of recognition, or maybe respect. You remove your shoes, step inside, and the warmth of the room wraps around you like memory done right. Your room hasn't changed. Same bedding, same wooden beam, with the faint heron carving you didn't notice the first time. You lie down, and the moment your head hits the pillow, you realize you're not waiting for something else to happen anymore. There's no next twist, no final test, no ghostly side-eye, just the stillness that comes after a story has said everything it needed to say. You close your eyes, and behind your eyelids, the castle is quiet. Not gone, not sealed, just resting. Like a book returned to the shelf. Like a bell rung once, then left to echo. You smile, because somehow, in this sleepy little village, surrounded by old stones and older trees, and the last wisps of magical nonsense, you feel completely, fully, finally, home. Section 30. The morning arrives, not with a fanfare, but with a yawn. Soft, pink light seeps through the paper windows. The smell of rice porridge and miso soup drifts through the walls. Somewhere, someone sweeps a courtyard with a straw broom. Rhythmic, slow, like they're sweeping the sleep out of the day. You open your eyes, and you're not surprised to be here. There's no confusion, no adrenaline, just warmth, gravity, that pleasant ache in your shoulders that comes from moving through something far bigger than yourself and surviving it. You sit up slowly, stretch. A feather falls from your sleeve and flutters to the floor. Right. That's still a thing. You scoop it up and tuck it in your sash. You're not wearing the ceremonial robe anymore, just the same traveler's clothes you started with, only they somehow feel different, as if they fit better, like you grew into them along the way. You wash up. Eat the breakfast set the innkeeper leaves at your door without a word. And as you sip the tea, a thought surfaces. It's time to go. Not because you're being pushed out, not because anything's unfinished, but because the world is wide again, and you're ready to walk in it. You pack lightly. There's no scroll now, no map, just memory and the feather, which is really all you need. You step out into the village. The early sun paints long shadows across the stones. A few vendors are already setting up. Kids chase a dog through the square, laughing in bursts like birds startled into flight. The world didn't pause for your journey. It never does. But it feels different now, more readable, like you learned the secret language behind things, the one spoken not in words, but in pauses, in doorways, in silence that means more than noise ever could. You wander through the lanes without urgency, greeting the town with small nods. Everyone seems to understand. You're not a stranger anymore. You're someone who came back. You reach the far side of the village, where the road splits, one path winding toward the coast, the other vanishing into the mountains. A signpost waits there, hand-carved, faded. Both directions feel right. Both feel like they're part of the same story. But before you choose, you hear a sound behind you. A meow. Of course, the bell cat stands just a few feet away, watching you with those same judgmental but somehow kind eyes. Still no bell, just that little feather tied around its neck like a badge of office. It walks past you, brushes against your leg, and sits, facing the mountain path. You raise an eyebrow. So I'm not done? The cat licks its paw, which is cat, for I didn't say that. I just have opinions. You laugh, because now you know how to take a hint. You turn toward the mountain, step onto the path, and begin walking. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Many ancient pilgrimage routes in Japan passed through castle towns. Travelers seeking enlightenment or escape would rest in these strongholds, sometimes unaware of the histories beneath their feet. The roads weren't just trade routes. They were veins of memory. And the fringe theory? Some pilgrims reported visions, glimpses of battles, voices from wells, dreams that whispered in languages they didn't know, but somehow understood. Historians argue whether those were divine encounters or altitude-induced hallucinations. But the stories persist. As you climb higher, the air cools, the trees grow taller, and the trail becomes less defined. You pass shrines without names, stone lanterns, cracked and mossy, and carved into a rock face at one turn, a familiar heron, just the outline, as if left by a hand that carved quickly, lovingly, and then vanished. You place your fingers on it. It's warm. And then a bell rings, far off, soft, like the castle remembering you. You keep walking. The trail narrows. The trees part. And you reach a plateau overlooking the valley. From here, the world unfolds in soft greens and silver fog. The river threads through it all, like ink running between brushstrokes. The castle, faint in the distance, looks less like a fortress now and more like a letter. something assent, something read, something understood. You sit. Not because you're tired, because this is where the chapter ends. You take out the feather, let it catch the wind, and release it. It floats, rises, turns once in the air, then disappears into the sky. Section 31. You sit on the edge of the plateau, long enough for the sun to climb halfway through its arc, long enough for your shadow to lean behind you, long enough for the wind to shift direction. It's peaceful here, and not the artificial kind, not the silence that's waiting to spring some final trick or illusion. Just quiet. The kind that only shows up when you're completely unhurried and no longer pretending to be anything at all. You don't know what time it is. You don't care. Time lost its grip on you somewhere between the mirrored room and the shrine with the unreadable nameplate. Here, you measure time in stillness, in breaths, in wind. Eventually you rise. The path continues past the plateau, thin and overgrown now. The kind of trail that's stopped pretending to be useful and has chosen to become myth instead. You follow it anyway. Your feet crunch through old pine needles. Leaves brush your shoulders. Somewhere nearby, a stream gurgles unseen. After a while, you come upon a small stone figure tucked beside the trail. A Jizo statue. It's worn smooth by years of weather and reverence. Someone's tied a red bib around its neck, a sign of protection or prayer. You bow slightly in passing, not because it's required, because you want to. And for a moment, just a flicker, you think you see the statue smile. But maybe it was just the way the light hit the moss. The path dips, then rises again. Eventually, it delivers you to a grove of bamboo. Tall stalks, dense, whispering to each other in a language made of rustles and creaks. You step inside, and the world changes. The air goes cool. The sun filters in soft green shafts. Everything feels suspended, like you've stepped between pages, or between selves. In the center of the grove, you find a bench. It's made from old wood, simple, cracked in places, but stable. Next to it, a small water basin, the kind used for ritual washing. Its surface mirrors the sky. You sit and let your thoughts fall away. There's no ceremony here, no guide, no scroll, just you. And that's enough. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Bamboo groves were often planted near sacred sites, not just for aesthetics, but for protection. Bamboo symbolizes strength, flexibility, and purity. Some samurai even carried small bamboo talismans as a reminder to bend under pressure, but never break. Fringe detail? In certain oral traditions, it's said that bamboo groves remember who walks through them, that their rustlings aren't random. They're names, passed from stalk to stalk, that if you listen long enough, they'll whisper your own name back to you, along with who you were, who you are, and who you might still be. Historians don't agree on the literal truth. But you're not a historian. You're just someone sitting in a grove, and for a fleeting second, you think you hear something, not out loud, inside. A name. Yours. Not the one you write on forms or answer to in cafes. The deeper one. The one that usuals and herons and mirror ghosts seem to know without asking. It's like being recognized, fully, quietly, without needing to prove anything. You don't cry, but your chest tightens, in a good way, like something long forgotten just stepped back into place. The wind shifts again. A few leaves fall. You take the cue. You rise from the bench. Take one last look around the grove. You feel the urge to say something. Not a goodbye. Just, thank you. You bow again and walk on. The trail continues, weaving downward now, toward something less ethereal, more earthy. Smoke curls in the distance. Rooftops poke above the tree line. Another village, smaller than the last, less polished. A place where the stories aren't told to visitors, but held tight by those who've lived them. You step into it without hesitation. A dog barks once, and then immediately loses interest in you. You take that as a compliment. You pass a row of homes. Children play with hoops. An old woman dozes under a tree. A man sharpens a blade, not because he expects danger, but because the blade is his. You nod as you pass. He nods back. No questions, no surprise. You find a shaded bench near the village well and sit. You don't need to go inside any houses. You don't need another guide. You've graduated from locked doors and cryptic maps and heron-shaped mystery mazes. This bench is your temple now. The village breathes around you. Time doesn't stop, but it stops demanding anything from you. You sit until the sky begins to turn amber, until your limbs soften, until you feel held. And for the first time, not just in this journey, but maybe in your entire life, you feel ready to rest. Section 32. The village grows quieter as the sun slides behind the trees, pulling long shadows across the earth, like a gentle blanket. You stay on your bench, not because there's nothing else to see, but because this, the sounds of chopping wood, the smell of something frying in oil, the rustle of someone sweeping their porch, is enough. It's more than enough. A child walks past, glancing at you curiously. They pause, then offer you a plum. No words, just a gift, as natural as a breath. You take it, bow slightly, and they scamper off before you can say thank you. The plum is perfectly ripe. You bite into it. Sweet, sour, real. You chew slowly, letting the juice coat your tongue, letting the memory form while it's still happening. You've learned by now, those moments are the ones worth paying attention to, the ones that don't try to impress you, the ones that just arrive. You finish the plum and tuck the pit into your pocket. Because yes, that's a thing you do now. Maybe you'll plant it. Maybe you'll forget it's there until you sit on it one day and think, oh, right, that. You rise, stretch, wander through the village as it folds into dusk. There's a shrine at the far end, small, nestled into the hillside like it grew there instead of being built. Candles flicker along its base. You climb the narrow stone steps toward it. At the top, a wooden box for offerings, a bell, a rope. You hesitate, not because you're unsure, but because you know that every bell means something now. You bow, Clap twice. Ring the bell. The sound cuts through the evening like a thread of silver, echoing out into the forest, and then vanishing. Clean. Finished. You place the feather from your sash onto the offering box. It rests there easily, like it was always meant to come home. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Many shrines collected personal offerings, folded paper wishes, coins, bits of cloth or hair, even feathers. These weren't symbolic for the priests. They were direct exchanges. The item left behind was a kind of spiritual receipt, a marker of presence and gratitude. Fringe detail? In some regions, travelers were said to carry memory tokens, a feather, a pebble, a paper charm, and leave it at the shrine they reached after a personal transformation. The belief? That the object would speak for them in dreams, long after they left. Historians argue whether this was actual doctrine or simply a beautiful practice inherited through repetition. But you? You believe in what you just did. You descend the steps and find the village's main path once more. By now, the lanterns are lit. Their glow warms the earth. The homes around you hum with soft laughter, clinking dishes, and old songs half sung. You pass a window and see a group sitting around a low table, playing cards. One of them looks up, sees you, and nods like he knows. You nod back. Keep walking until you find the inn. Not the same one as before, but it might as well be. All inns, at a certain level of peace, feel connected. You step through the Norren curtain. It smells of sandalwood and soup. The innkeeper is an old woman with bright eyes and no desire to waste time on small talk. "You'll want the back room," she says, without even looking up from her ledger. You smile. "Yeah, I think I will." The room is small, worn tatami, a low futon, a tiny alcove with a single plum branch in a vase. You don't unpack. There's nothing left to unpack. You wash your hands, sit on the edge of the futon, breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth, and it hits you gently but completely. You are not the person who entered that samurai castle. You aren't even the person who left it. You're something else now. Not a warrior, not a monk, not a ghost. Just you. All of it. The doubt, the strength, the questions with no clean answers. You lie down. The pillow is cool against your cheek. You close your eyes. And for the first time since all of this began, you don't brace for a trapdoor, or a whisper, or a shadow with a lesson. There's no lesson, just rest. The real kind. Unwatched, unjudged. You drift. And somewhere just beyond sleep, you hear a heron's wings beat the air. Slow, heavy, perfect. Section 33. You wake just before dawn. No dream chased you awake. No castle spirit nudged you with poetic urgency. You simply rise, like a tide returning. The room is still. Pale light pushes gently through the shoji screen, painting the floor in watery silver. You sit up, stretch, And for a moment, you don't move. You just listen to your breath, to the creak of the inn's bones, to the world slowly turning its head toward morning. Then you slip outside. The air is crisp, not cold, just sharp enough to remind you that your body is real and awake and here. You wander through the village like someone walking through their own memory, only now it's cleaner, more organized, like everything has been shelved in the right place. A few early risers tend to gardens or light stoves. No one calls to you. They don't need to. You pass a rice field, mist hovering just above the stalks. A shrine bell rings far off, one single tone. You smile. It's not a message. It's a heartbeat. Eventually, you reach the edge of the village where the path splits again. You could go back toward the coast, toward more towns, more people, more stories to collect. But instead, you take the third way, the one no one carved out for you. A deer trail, half lost to undergrowth, leading up and around a wooded slope, like it's drawing its own question mark across the land. You follow it, because now your feet trust themselves. You climb higher. The trees give way to brush, then stone. You crest the hill just as the sun rises in full, throwing gold across the valley below. And there it is, the castle, distant, framed in light, its rooftops barely visible through the morning haze, no longer looming, no longer watching, just existing, like an echo. You sit, not because you're tired, because this feels like the place where one story closes its eyes and something new begins to breathe. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Many castles in Japan were abandoned when the samurai era ended. Some were destroyed, others repurposed. A few became museums. But in quiet pockets of the countryside, ruins were simply left to the moss and mist. The people nearby would still speak of them with reverence, as if, even without walls, they were still guarding something. Fringe detail? There are stories of travelers who camped near ruined castles and dreamed of places they'd never seen, walked halls that no longer existed. In the morning, they'd wake with mud on their feet and ink on their fingers. Historians are divided. Some call it mass suggestion, others call it creative folklore. But maybe the castle never left. Maybe it just changed its method. You pull out the pit of the plum you kept in your pocket. It's still warm from your hand. You dig a small hole with a stick. Place the seed inside. Cover it. Pat the earth flat. No ceremony. No whispered prayer. Just a quiet act of continuing. You don't need to wait for it to grow. You already have. You rise. Turn away from the castle, toward the sun, and walk. The trail leads nowhere in particular, which is perfect, because now you're not following a path. You're making one. Every step forward is a sentence written, every breath, a line unspooling. The wind wraps around you like a robe you earned. You hum a little tune, not one you remember learning, but one that feels familiar. You keep humming, keep walking, and behind you, far in the valley, a white heron lifts off from the mist. Its wings carve slow, strong arcs into the sky. It doesn't look back. Neither do you. Section 34. You walk for hours, maybe longer. The sun climbs overhead, shedding its gold for a harsher white. But the day never loses its softness. Even the heat feels kind now, like it's wrapping you instead of weighing you down. The trail underfoot becomes a mixture of crushed leaves and sun-baked dirt. Sometimes you pass shrines so small, they're just a rock with a ribbon tied around it. Sometimes the trail disappears, and you have to trust your own instincts, stepping lightly where you think a path should be. But it's okay now. You've learned how to walk without fear of getting lost, because every wrong turn simply becomes part of the map. You stop near a cliffside to drink from your flask and stare out over a stretch of winding river far below. Its curves catch the light like silver cords stitched into the earth. You wonder if the castle's wells feed into that same river. If some part of its memory, its echoes, its reflections, now drifts lazily toward the sea. Maybe it does. Or maybe that's just what you left behind. A story slowly traveling downstream. Here's your mainstream historical fact. The samurai did not only fight, they also wandered. During peaceful times, many ronin, or masterless samurai, traveled across Japan, offering their services, seeking knowledge, or simply moving. Some wrote poetry, some joined monasteries, some just walked. The journey was the point. And your fringe tidbit? There are folk tales of samurai who disappeared into the forest and never returned. Some say they became spirits, guardians of certain paths. Others claim they were chosen by ancient forces to protect places that only exist between the lines on a map. Historians argue whether these are myths born of guilt, nostalgia, or truth disguised as bedtime stories. You continue down the path, and as you round a bend, you stumble across something you didn't expect. A stone marker. It's old, covered in moss, almost hidden by tall grass. You kneel to inspect it. The carving is faint, but you recognize the symbol. A heron, wings spread wide. You trace the lines gently, and you laugh. Quiet, deep, peaceful. Because, of course, it's here. The castle isn't following you. It never was. It's simply everywhere now. In signs, in wind, in you. You rise. The marker stands like a milepost, but it doesn't say where you're going, only that you've passed through something worth remembering, and that you're not alone. You keep walking. The forest shifts again, brighter, looser. You catch glimpses of farmhouses in the distance, low fences, rice paddies, shimmering like mirrors laid on the earth. As you draw closer to another village, a gentle drizzle begins. Not cold, not sudden, just a passing mist that beads on your skin and darkens the sleeves of your robe. You pull your hood up and keep moving. Children play under the eaves of shops, laughing as they try to catch raindrops on their tongues. Someone strums a shamisen softly near an open window. A dog sleeps through it all. You pass a tea house. The smell of roasted barley and pickled plum draws you in without hesitation. Inside, the mat is warm. The owner serves you without question. You sip your tea, feeling it bloom in your chest. A small heron is painted on the bottom of the cup. You don't even blink anymore. It's not a sign. It's a hello. You finish your tea and step back out into the now clearing rain. The sky is split between cloud and sun, like the world itself is turning a page. You find another road, wider, worn by many feet. It will take you somewhere, but you're not rushing, because now you understand. Everywhere you go, you bring the castle with you, not as a burden, as a lens. You see things differently now. Not everything is a trap or a lesson, but sometimes the wind through trees is a door creaking open. Sometimes the call of a bird is a bell, and sometimes a worn trail through the woods is the most sacred hall of all. You walk on, not because you're seeking, because you're sharing the path. And if someone were to pass you right now, another traveler, lost in their own riddle, and ask what you've seen, you'd probably just smile, offer them a plum, and say, "You'll see?" Section 35. The road before you narrows once more, not out of stinginess, but as if to gently pull you in, like a final hand on your shoulder, saying, "This way. We've saved the best for last." It winds between rice fields, past an ox sleeping beside its cart, past an old man drawing calligraphy on long strips of cloth that dance in the breeze like prayers with legs. You walk slower now, not because you're tired, because it's your last day in this version of the world. And you want to remember every sound: the rustle of straw sandals, the creak of wooden wheels, the distant flap of laundry snapping on lines, even the tiny crunch of pebbles underfoot. Everything feels sharper now, or maybe just quieter, in the way that lets things be noticed. You reach a copse of trees that's clearly older than the village. Wide roots, branches thick with moss. Someone's hung wind chimes here, dozens of them, each with a different pitch, swaying in the faintest breeze. The notes fall in and out of harmony, like an orchestra waking from a nap. You sit beneath them. Let the sound wash over you. No signs, no guides, no instructions to decipher. Just the music of a place that remembers. You pull your knees up and rest your chin there. You don't need the scroll anymore, but you still write in your head. A sentence, a memory, a moment when you chose to look instead of run. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Some samurai, after retiring or losing their lords, turned to art, poetry, pottery, gardening. They believed discipline learned through the sword could be repurposed through ink and clay. That beauty wasn't a retreat from duty. It was a different kind of service. Fringe detail. There's a folk tale of a samurai who became a flute maker. His flutes, they say, could summon memories from the air, other people's memories. If you played the right note, the wind would tell you what someone once loved and lost. Historians mostly shrug. But flute makers still leave offerings at a certain mountain shrine, just in case. You lean back, letting the tree cradle your spine. You close your eyes. Breathe. When you open them again, the chimes are still playing, but they sound like something else now. Laughter. Footsteps. A door opening. Voices calling you in. You stand, brush the leaves from your robe, and keep walking through a last stretch of woods until you come to a small field at the edge of everything. The wind moves the grass in waves, and in the center stands a gate. Not a torii, not a castle entrance, just two upright stones with a beam laid across them. Simple, ancient, a threshold. You step up to it, No one tells you what's on the other side. But you know it's not a trick. It's not a loop. It's not a test. It's a return. You bow once to the gate, then step through. The world doesn't shatter. There's no sound effect. You're just somewhere new. Maybe it's your own village. Maybe it's one you haven't seen yet. But the way your feet settle into the earth tells you you've arrived, and nothing's chasing you anymore. You walk toward a small cottage, smoke curling from its chimney. A child waves at you from a garden. The sound of a heron echoes overhead, and the sky, wide blue, endless, holds all your memories without fear. You smile and keep walking. The story has ended, but you're still moving, still open, still becoming. So rest easy now. The castle has closed its doors behind you, but its halls live on in every quiet moment you let unfold without rushing. And if, someday, you hear a bell ringing in the fog, or see a heron standing where none should be, you'll know you were there, and part of you always will be. Wind down. And now, as the journey draws to a close, let your breath deepen. Let your limbs grow heavy. Let your thoughts scatter like leaves across a quiet path, drifting where they please. There's nothing more you need to figure out. No puzzles left to solve. No more rooms to navigate or scrolls to translate. You are here, and that's enough. Imagine yourself resting under a tree by the castle's edge, the kind of tree whose roots know stories the wind has long since forgotten. The grass beneath you is warm. The breeze is soft. The world keeps turning, gently, and you are safe in the stillness. All around you, the halls you walked now echo with silence. Not emptiness, peace. A silence earned. A silence that holds you like a lullaby, without sound. Somewhere in the distance, a heron takes flight. Slow wings, a wide arc across the sky. You watch it without needing to chase. And slowly, with each passing moment, your own breath joins the rhythm of the wind. Your own body loosens into sleep. There are no more riddles here, only rest. So close your eyes. Let the castle fade, and dream easy, traveler. You made it. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.